Okay, we will open this meeting of May 31st, 2012. Let the record show that all the selectmen are present, time being 4:33. Okay, we'll move a little ahead on our first appointment has canceled, so we're moving ahead to you. Thank you for moving ahead, moving it last minute. They didn't need to come in after all. So we have Pam Jolivet from the Community Action Program here to discuss the senior center. So come on up, Pam. Yep, come on up. And we're going to ask you to speak clearly into the mic.
Okay. Thank you so much. It works better. Well, good afternoon. Again, my name is Pam Jolivet, and I'm the Director of Elder Services for the Community Action Agency for Belknap-Merrimack County. And there have, whoops, this one?
I don't think it's on.
Get unplugged
How are you, Pam?
under the table.
I'm good. How are you, Joe?
I'm all right.
We broadcast it over the internet from our website. Where townspeople can watch our meeting. I'm so upset.
Lights on, but nobody's home.
Federal government treating you with monies like everyone else, or are they at least being cognizant of people that are truly in need?
Thus far, it's looking okay. You know, we're not sure what's going to happen in the future. I know that there's a lot of conversations about such a social service block grant, which would impact us greatly. But right now, it's a lot of level funding, which for us is the demand.
Well, let us know if you need voices. Because and make a lot of noise together.
Yes. We're good at making noise.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if it always helps.
It's extremely important. You know, it's...
Hello.
I just
on
think
now.
It's on now.
society is so lopsided. You know, the people who really are struggling and really working out there pay more than those who have no struggle. That's wrong.
Okay, that was a test. That's a little minor bump. Okay.
Well, thank you. My name is Pam Jolivet. I'm the Director of Elder Services for the Community Action for Belknap and Merrimack County, and I'm here this evening to talk to you about the proposal with the Tilton about the senior center. And we had discussions that have taken place with the committee prior to this evening about this proposal. We were invited to discuss what community action might be able to offer the senior center in Tilton. And we've come to an agreement to present to the select committee tonight. And that is that we have a 20-hour-a-week position The employee would be an employee of the Community Action Agency under the Elder Service Department, and I have the memorandum of understanding to present to Pat this evening that outlines the details. Essentially, that person would be our employee and collaborate with the other senior center managers in our department in the communities of Franklin and Belmont and Laconia, because the way we function is with finite resources and overlaying services to communities, that we all work together, that we don't work in silo. So under the department, what we have are a wide array of programs and services for older adults, and that senior center manager would be part of that team, so to speak. They would come to our staff meetings and be supervised by our Assistant Director of Elder Services, and they would collaborate on programming that we offer. I won't go into all the details of it, but I'm happy to have a discussion. The way we approach all of our senior centers, which we presently have 9, this would be the 10th senior center in the two-county area, is on community partnerships. It's certainly not something that any one community can do on their own, or any one agency can do on their own. We have everything from wellness programs and educational seminars to ways of seniors to have creative expression through painting. Then we have our meals programs that the committee was very interested in having at the Tilton Senior Center. Our proposal is to start with a 3-day-a-week meal program where the food is brought from our central kitchen in Concord. It's dropped at all of our senior centers, and then the center manager with their volunteers can augment those meals locally through either fresh vegetables or cooking on site. That is approved by our food service director. We're very, very strict with food safety. All of our managers are ServSafe certified, and the food service director would be working with the community on the license for the kitchen in terms of what the needs might be for the center. I'd be happy to have further discussion about the proposal, but again, 20 hours a week.
That's great.
5 hours a day, 4 days a week is our recommendation to begin. Obviously, with having a part-time employee, you would give them a long weekend, so we're proposing Monday through Thursday, with Fridays off. And in discussion with the committee for the senior center, that if this executive committee, advisory committee, had activities either in the evening or on the weekends and in collaboration with the manager and planning for those activities, that would be encouraged.
Are these services for seniors only, or do they also include the disabled?
Some adults with disabilities, but the food program is for persons 60 and above, so if you were under that age, you would have to pay the full price of the meal, and that would be the same price we charge at all of our centers.
What is that full price?
I don't remember off the top of my head, I'm sorry. It's a donation for persons 60 and above.
I saw that.
Can you talk a little bit about the bus and the bus routes getting to the senior center?
What we have now is our wheelchair lift-equipped vehicles, one in Belmont and one in Franklin. And what we would have to look at is what is their capacity to help with the senior center in Tilton. I think that there could be opportunity to schedule through those other centers, dropping off for persons to the senior center in Tilton. In addition to that, you're all familiar with the Winnipesaukee transit system, and that has a deviated route, and it goes right by that entrance to the road, so that if seniors were to be picked up, they could be dropped there at the center as well. And then the manager and others could make referral to your own chat volunteer committee to help. So those different, we're looking at 3 modes of transportation to help that particular senior center. of the centers are very dependent on volunteerism, and we've had a discussion with the committee on volunteerism. We have, for our department now, well over 300 volunteers who help make the centers possible, and I would expect that those that have been volunteering to help get the facility up and prepared for a center would continue as volunteers, as well as others in the community that would have an interest in everything from helping out in the kitchen to greeting people to doing other programming.
I think no, my son.
It says here, political activity prohibited. Does that mean we can't have our selectmen's meetings there?
No, that's
You just mean
we're very
somebody
cautious
there
about,
promoting or campaigning?
That is
type
correct.
Political, okay.
The protocol, it's not a policy, but the protocol at our centers now, in terms of political activity, in terms of even, I will say, even saying grace or the Pledge of Allegiance, is the membership of that center elect what they want to do at their center. And it's not led by a community action staff person, but if the membership of the center want to say grace, and there's a senior who leads that grace, and then if the membership elects whether or not they want to have people come and campaign and so forth, that is a decision that they make. We feel that that's their privilege to decide whether they want that. The only thing that we say that if they elect to have someone come in and campaign, that they have to be broad-based about that. It can't be one particular group or another. It has to be equitable.
Right.
So if every Republican and Democrat has to come and a free stater? Right. That's interesting. That would be a debate. How do you let seniors know that these meals will be available? Do you rely on just word of mouth, or do you actually, how do you contact people in need like that?
There's a variety of methods that we use, but one thing that I did discuss with the committee, that we would have our newsletter, and our newsletter is done by the manager of the center and is published elsewhere and then dropped, and we don't have much of a budget for actually mailing the newsletters themselves, so the volunteers gather them and place them at different locations where they think the word could get out. We drop something like 6,600 a month now. The other is, for example, I noted your website. So that there can be a connection. We have on some of our other centers, they connect their newsletter to the website so that persons can access it that way. Then there's certainly word of mouth, and then there's flyers for a specific program we might be doing. So we would design something for a program we might be doing and have that disseminated at different locations. And then through the other elder service network, we work closely with other elder services as well. So it's a variety of ways. But, word of mouth is
key.
Is key.
It's exciting.
I think it's very exciting. I think it's a real win for
When does this begin?
Tilton and
Yeah, when would it start?
What we're looking at and what we discussed with the committee is that we would start advertising for the manager as soon as possible. I had wanted to do it this weekend. It's not going to, if approved by the selectmen tonight, I would start this weekend, but I think that we won't be quite ready for that, so we'll start next week sometime advertising for the 20-hour-a-week position, and then once that person's on board, we can really get going. The agreement, the memorandum of agreement that you have in front of you, I believe says July 1, but just as soon as we can get started and get somebody going. The other is that we would need to have certainly a series of meetings and coming to the center, because our food service director would need to come up as soon as possible. There's pieces that we would like to be able to put together earlier and then take it from there. Just working with the committee on that, I believe. I brought another packet. That's a packet that shows our Elder Service Department that I can pass around to all of you.
So in a nutshell, I think that the executive committee of the senior center will be part of the advisory board of the CAP, the Community Action Program. So we'll still be very connected to the center, and they'll come in and do a 20-hour program during the week, and then the executive committee will make up the rest of the week between our volunteers and our programs and things like that, so that we can either open during the evenings or... And part of our discussion, which you didn't send me the link yet, and part of our discussions, I learned, this is going to floor you, we have to have a license to show a movie. So we cannot have a movie night with popcorn. We have to have it licensed.
And pay royalties for those movies.
So we have to have a state license, right?
It's a special license for showing movies.
So we have to go through that process and do that. So there's not going to be a movie Saturday night. Cancel that. All right, no, just kidding.
Has the executive board already agreed to this, Pat?
They can't.
What's that?
Has the executive board already agreed to this?
Yeah, the executive board has gone over closely what a proposal was, and then this is somewhat, the language is somewhat different, but it contains all of what we've discussed in the prior proposals, and our executive committee highly recommends community action coming in.
So they're endorsing it.
Yes.
That's hers. Just passing it around.
That's a package of different programs. You might want to have one of those. Oh, that's right. We have a couple of folks in town that utilize our services as disabled, but they're not quite a senior. So we're trying to figure
Are
out.
those programs available to them? The programs that you would develop, that I read about at our senior center, would they be available to those citizens who have disabilities?
It would depend on what the program was, and I think that the programs are geared towards older adults, so I'm not sure what the disabilities are. It's hard, I can't give a broad-based answer to that, but I think that for
Most of them are physical disabilities, and I think most of them are over 50. No, there's one, she's not over 50.
Well, she knows her anyway. One's blind. Not over 50. But the other one is physical disability in a wheelchair.
If you're talking about a particular program that that we are not under contract for, that has its own eligibility limitations, then if it's something like I'm talking about watercolors or exercise or an educational seminar, yes.
Okay. Now, is this position still the same as Senior Center Director? Is that what you're still going to advertise? That's the title that you're going to have, is Senior Center?
Center manager. They're
Manager,
managers
okay.
now, yeah. And it'll be a 20-hour-a-week position that I'll advertise locally and on New Hampshire Nonprofit once it's approved. New Hampshire Nonprofit website for jobs.
So, the qualifications are a BA or a BS degree in Human Services, Gerontology, or related field preferred. 2 to 5 years experience in either social work, administration, or management. Some supervisory experience, and the ability to deal effectively with senior citizens, and ability to coordinate numerous and diverse activities, programs, and recreational trips. Excellent written and oral communications. Some budgeting or financial management experience, and must have reliable source of transportation, obviously, to be used in fulfilling responsibilities of the position. And a clear criminal record.
Yeah, where do we sign?
all of our chat volunteers, any of our volunteers, as a matter of fact, fill out an application to be a volunteer, they're all background checked, all of them. And we then go to the police department and get a card with our picture on it that says chat volunteer. And we know that those people are connected to us, and they've already been background checked through the police department.
Yes, all of our staff and certain persons that have direct contact with the older adults are required to have the criminal background check for staff and then the elder abuse background check as well. And might want to make note verbally that the discussions were that the senior center manager would not have oversight of any of the chat activities. It's a referral
Right.
process, and that is separate and distinct. And then there's the senior center volunteers
Right.
that this person would have oversight of. I just want to make mention of that.
Right. So if somebody came to the center and said, I'm in need of a walker, or I need a ride to the doctor's appointment, they automatically refer them to chat. It's understandable. The other thing is that you work closely, and I want the selectmen, I know I'm not asking you because I don't know, but we've had this discussion before, but maybe some of the selectmen aren't aware of that, but you also work closely with the B&A, and I know they're coming in to do a couple of the clinics during the program, so you'll work closely with whomever the manager is to network with them with your programs.
Yes, we work very closely with a number of different agencies, including the Visiting Nurse Agency, Service Link, the school systems. We have a chart for our advisory councils, and it's very important to us that the advisory council makeup is across service sectors because it's really about community. And so, whether it's the library or the faith community, everybody has a role. So that's how we try to build the advisory council and the partnerships out there. And even having, if, it is agreed upon at the center, we do certain programming with children when they come in, and that's just terrific. Or the seniors go to the school. It's just this whole intergenerational approach to how we do things.
We're starting to get a list, and almost on a daily basis, we have somebody calling in and saying, I'd really like to play music, come in and play music for the seniors, and so we're trying to keep a list. We're not committing to anything, but we're just trying to keep a list of all of the people that want to come in and do general things, whether it be music or, I wouldn't say storytelling, but comedy, I would say. Things like that they're willing to come in and do, so I have a list.
Require the same licensing procedures as the movies? An entertainment license or whatever it is?
No.
It just seems really odd that they specifically chose movies, that's all.
It's royalties. Like when you watch a video, what does it say? You cannot show this video except for private use.
Yeah.
So they get royalties.
So we have to, you're going to send me that link so we can work on that, so we can show a movie on a weekend night or something, that we can get a few seniors up there, and just something that we can have available to us for an evening night. Okay, is there any other questions? Any questions from the public? Executive Committee, Tom or Jane? Do you have any other things that we haven't covered that you might want to add to the selectmen to help them?
No, just to add to the list and various people that have shown interest in helping us at the center. We also have an offer for someone to come in and start the classes as well as
Painting watercolors.
Oil and water, water. So we've got a programs, and I believe that if we stack these programs with 1, 2, 3 or so people, it will soon grow to 5, 6, 7, or 8. The people I refer to have experimented with these things in the same type of setting in other communities. They've been successful.
Any other questions?
Where's the contract? Let's sign it.
Then I will
Make a motion.
make a motion that we enter into to sign the memorandum of understanding between Elder Services Department of Community Action Program, Belknap, Merrimack Counties, and the town of Tilton.
Second.
We have 4 seconds here. Well, that's a good sign.
I think it'll pass.
Is there any more discussion on that? All those in favor? Aye. Okay. There are 2 copies. Joyce, can you make copies of...
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the board for this support.
All those in favor?
I'd like to thank Pam too for her working.
Absolutely.
Because in the beginning, it wasn't sure. We think it was wonderful, but not everybody stayed out.
No, we appreciate it, so
Look forward to it.
we'll be working together, I'm sure, very, very soon.
There's no name on it.
Does it have your name?
No, he just told me I signed the wrong line.
Al's mother is on our executive committee. Emily, I think you met, did you meet her the other day? Emily LaPlante, yeah.
Is all signed yet?
That one is this.
How many copies would you like?
You need one for your records. So 3.
I run down. You need both of this one.
One original, please. I brought you some sample newsletters because we were talking about the newsletters and what that might look like, as well as the newsletter for our senior companion program. Do I take this one?
Yes, you'll take that one. We'll just make copies of the other one. Do you, so in the menu, this is true with all of them, this is trips. They put the menu in, for what the menu is for the month on it. I like that one. Oh, Suncook.
Is that the same menu that they use for Meals on Wheels?
For the
Sorta.
most part, sometimes there's choices, one, there's like one for the home delivery, but it's not as the same. And that's partly what drives the food selection, because of it needing to stay.
My aunt is-
About time.
My aunt is in that program, and I've seen a number of those meals. They really are pretty nice, all in all. She certainly appreciates it.
The under 60 charge says $6. It's very reasonable.
Under 60?
Under 60.
Let me get some of those meals.
We have somebody that has offered, and she's on our executive committee, you haven't met her yet, for quilting. She also has offered maybe one day a month or something, come in and just do mending. No, it's kind of, but quilting is, she'd love to do that. Thank you. That'd be great. So computers, we'll need to find somebody that has computer experience that can teach.
On the back. Oxford?
Is it just basic computers?
There's really quite a range, so we would probably want to find out what the interest is and the skill level at locally.
Okay.
Because some people really prefer that one-on-one introduction, and others are ready for, let's three of us talk about how to do an email, so kind of evaluate it.
Okay, great. And the computers are all set up, too, so it's wireless. So we have, thank you, Metricast, because we have internet and phone up there, so. Here's some more samples if you want.
We'd like to do some programming and initiatives together as well. We have a huge volunteer banquet for those that volunteer over a certain number of hours, where everybody comes together for that, for an appreciation. Smaller ones locally.
There's a certain amount of fundraising also that you have to do in order to keep your programs alive. So we'll be doing fundraising, and you'll be doing fundraising, because we have to do fundraising for our operating expenses, because our operating expenses are not on the backs of our taxpayers. So we'll be in conjunction with their programs and what fundraisers they're raising. So
I think this is a great resource. Thank God for Pam Jolivet and the Belknap Merrimack Gap.
Well, we try, but...
So our biggest, probably, not our biggest hurdle, I shouldn't say biggest hurdle, our next step would be for our kitchen to be certified. And that would be a long...
I would agree with you.
Yeah.
Yes, I would like to have an appointment in the near future, as soon as she is available and you're all available, to have Karen Hayes, our food service director, and our new assistant of Director of Elder Services, come and see
See
the
it.
center, and then for her to look at the kitchen. Karen Hayes has done a great deal of work with kitchens throughout our two county areas. You'll enjoy working with her. She has a lot of experience and a lot of contacts.
Okay, that'd be great. I'm looking
And it will
forward to that.
become a state-inspected kitchen. Some communities are self-inspecting, like Concord, but Tilton will be part of the state inspection system on a random basis.
Do they actually come out and inspect anymore?
Yep.
They do? Wow.
There's some
Very
things they
strict.
don't, like, some of the daycares have been putting in kitchens to serve meals.
Yeah, they do.
That's not inspected by the Food Protection Department of Health and Services. It's inspected locally. So it's interesting that the senior centers, would be under the food protection and not local, because local would be easy. But it's less stringent.
I think the sooner that happens, so that we know what we need and that we have a goal to work towards to get it done, then we can fundraise to get that done. So that'd be good. So, any more questions?
No?
Thank you. Pam,
you
I
so
can't
much.
thank
I
you
really
enough,
appreciate
because
it,
I'm
Will.
very excited to partner with you.
This is wonderful.
It really is.
Well, thank you. And also, we'll be announcing to our managers, and now it's public as well, but I'm wondering if we might work jointly on some sort of press release for next week, that you and I connect, so that we kind of think of how we might share this.
Okay, sounds great.
Thank you very much.
I'm there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pam.
Welcome. This evening.
You've got your contract, right? Okay. Good.
She all right? Is she all right?
I'm going to hospital right now.
What happened?
All right.
Okay.
Let us know.
Going to the hospital. It's going to be all right. He doesn't know. Jim,
discuss that first.
What are they here for?
The street tables.
Sure.
Joyce? Yes. Do you have the information that you've collected on the sidewalk? We have a few minutes before our next appointment, so why don't we talk about the sidewalk and the ordinance, and so we can get that squared away.
Did you have to find your email? Did you find yours?
Guidelines for merchants.
We had this, and then this. This is what Catherine and Joyce did when I did the measurement.
I'll share it with you.
Okay, here, you can look at
Okay.
it. You want to make you a copy.
Maybe some.
Great.
Catherine, is this Caswell Bill boiler service call that smells funny, but turned out to be nothing?
Okay, yeah. We'll make
so.
a copy.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I was going to ask about that one. I think one of them, if you see it, there's two different dates.
Yeah. I'm looking at that right now. This says service call, it doesn't say why, though.
Yeah, they demo it and...
Because I think they were here previous to the smell to actually do, and then I think they were called in to do a repair. I don't know how to shut this off.
Completely shut it off or get out of it?
Shut it off. I've had to do all kinds of amazing things.
Completely shut it off. Just hold it down. Oh,
Oh, so you have to hold it?
yeah. And I thought you were going to come up and teach the seniors computers.
Not a problem. I'll bring my blanket and smoke and matches. I was not one of those excited to hear we got together too. And we'd all have one.
This was the Goodyear's request for their tables and chairs. This is the little summary of the site walk that Catherine Dawson and I took the other day. This, you should each have a copy in your folders of the checklist. This is all the information on ADA accessibility. Did these, Catherine, did these go in the folders, the ADA online?
They're all in the folders?
Yep.
Oh,
And then these are some...
Catherine, which, Sandy just went down to copy it for me.
This here? Oh. And I also had emailed it to each board member.
I didn't get an email, Joyce, I don't know why. And that's why she went downstairs to get it.
Tilton Selectmen. This is, was sent Tuesday to the board, and I copied Dennis and Catherine, attached this information on the downtown sidewalk site walk that Catherine and I conducted, and I'm also forwarding the
Is this Tilton traffic?
checklist.
No?
That's what I sent to the board. And also, in my conversation with Jillian at the Governor's Office of Disability, she said that the ADA does not specifically focus on sidewalks, whereas the U.S. Access Board has provided guidelines on the sidewalk, but mainly when replacing them. The other documents in that checklist is what's currently used to review buildings, as some generic ADA specifications regarding clear floor space, travel surface, obstructions in a path, etc., will be helpful to review when creating your ordinance, and she says to see pages 4 to 6 for accessible travel, page 13 for diagrams, and page 14 for interior path of travel, page 16 for obstacles. And then I was able to get some, I heard back from 3 communities. I sent out, I think, maybe 6 queries looking for towns similar that were like older mill towns that had revitalized downtowns or were Main Street programs. And I have some samples from Hanover. They're in the process of revamping theirs. It's quite extensive. And I can print out, I got Meredith's and comments, Meredith and Claremont, which I can quickly make copies for the board. But this is Hanover's that is quite extensive. And that's a draft form.
So the narrowest part is up here and down by the bookstore,
Correct.
On this side, I think,
on the opposite side.
this side is some narrow areas. But they're not in front of.
Well, the opposite side doesn't have, oh, this is only on this side. She had these in. Thank you, anyway. Thank you, because I don't have the email portion. I don't see anything other than T-Hops or Ideal Hall. There's nothing, excuse
Jail
me,
insurance.
but there's nothing up here towards the tanning. Do we know what that is? Do you know?
Oh, we didn't go as far as
Over
the
here?
tanning, did we?
On this side?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we didn't, because we crossed down there and went that way and then came up. We didn't.
It was
So
just,
it looks like
Across the street is much narrower than
That's what I'm
this
thinking.
side.
Yeah.
But of course, they don't have the trees. It's only up in front of Gale's Insurance. I think there's 3 or 4 places where trees might
Right.
go someday.
Yeah.
yeah.
Weren't there trees there before, Dennis, and they died?
So the issue right now is we allow it. Can we safely say it's okay to allow putting chairs and tables out there, even though we have handicap coming off of that, in front of that store?
I think that, well, yeah, because they come up between the tree area. I mean, the sidewalk for the most part was 7 feet, so many inches on this side from curb to building, for the most part. I think that the thing for the selectmen to say is, yes, you can put up tables and chairs as long as there is a minimum
Of 3 feet.
of 3 feet from the edge of your table and chairs to, I would say, the tree.
Yeah. The
Line.
barge, yeah. The bark mulch.
Say that, so that there's 3 feet in between the edge of where the sidewalk is, where the tree line is?
Yeah, because, I mean, essentially, if this is the curb, you
Right.
have trees every once in a while,
Yes.
and then out here is the
The
edge of the
stores,
building.
right.
So if they put their tables and chairs out, and there's still 3 feet between here and here, not the curb, then you'd have room for
Right.
wheelchairs to go by.
So what happens if we allow that, and then you get further down the sidewalk, and you come into these big flags that are flying in the...
Made a note of that. There were 2 businesses, 2 merchants, where you'd walk by and the flag would hit you right in the face.
Yes.
That'll literally
Well,
hit.
not off of the building.
Oh, I
The
always
ones,
walk
they were
like
both
this.
off the building.
I'm talking about the ones that are in the
Oh, in the
sidewalk.
ground, right, yeah. We didn't address that. We didn't,
Oh, across, that aren't on Main Street?
well, no.
They're-
The
That
day,
are on the sidewalk, they're drilled into the sidewalk.
the day that we
hang
went
over the
out,
parking
they weren't
places.
out.
Oh, I was going to say, I didn't see those.
They hang over to the sidewalk, so when you...
Somebody
when you-
drilled a hole in a
It was all-
municipal sidewalk and
No.
put up
I
a
think
flag?
The hole's always been
There.
always there.
Yeah.
The holes were there, it had parking meters or whatever, a sign, and they opted
Had a
to stick
sign there.
a pole into the hole.
Right. They just repurposed the hole.
Yeah.
Oh,
And it actually, it leans down and touches cars and whatnot.
That's
So if
that's
you-
a separate issue we need to address.
Well, if you add tables and chairs in front of there, if allow tables and chairs to go with this, and allow that, and not address the other issue, then we're really not
Right.
Yeah,
doing
there's
this.
three things. There's the tables and chairs.
Flower boxes.
Oh, there's four. The flower boxes, and then there's flags that hang off the buildings that are, they're right at face level.
And we have our benches, we have our trash
Yeah.
receptacles, and we have the tree bark mulch, the tree mulch.
The tables and chairs, that's easy. If they can allow for 3 feet,
Yeah.
that would cover the whole sidewalk. The flags that are being repurposed in what used to be,
I brought that up a long time ago, but we never had a serious discussion about it. They touched the cars.
It's not in our sign ordinance, is it?
Yes, they're not supposed to have freestanding signs, I didn't think, in the downtown area. The signage is restricted to a fairly small sign.
even the open and close signs?
There are provisions in the zoning for temporary signs, but what gets put out on a temporary basis becomes permanent. You know, they leave it out, they're not just...
These come in and go out. They're not,
Yeah.
they come in and go out when the business is open, and the business is not always open during the week as well. So, I mean,
Those are
they're
within the
closer.
tree corridor?
They're right on the granite.
Okay, so they're within the tree corridor.
They're within the tree corridor, okay.
Right. They're right on the granite part of that. But I don't, you know, in one hand, you don't want to do that because you don't want to discourage business to come downtown.
Right.
I mean, our main point is to promote business to come downtown. So,
As long as we allow for free movement on the sidewalk without getting smacked in the face, right, if you're a pedestrian, I'm all about the tables and chairs and the flags, but let's make it bright and festive, jugglers, I don't care. But it does have to be so that you can walk in unimpeded down the sidewalk.
Well, this was originally why the ordinance came along to begin with, because it got to the point to where you could not physically walk down the sidewalk without having to go in and around between signs and chairs and merchandise, and, you know, it got to the point where you just couldn't, there were areas where you couldn't walk on the sidewalk, you had to get off and walk on the street. And it got to the point to where they got too carried away with it, to where they lost all concept of what the sidewalk was really there for.
If people can't walk down the sidewalk, they're not going to be there going into the
Right.
stores, right?
we have one or two, we've pretty much curtailed, now this is going to jinx me, I'll knock on wood, the skateboarders. We have one or two that are still persistent that the chief is after, but for the most part, mainly that's what really we're after. We don't want bicycles and skateboards continue to go on there. And I
Right.
think that's pretty much curtailed.
I haven't seen
That-
a skateboard downtown for a while. Not that I spend all my time down
I
there.
did a couple weeks ago, but we got that taken care of, but we'd have to set a maximum allowable space between the tree line.
Oh, I have a question. Is this something we're going to allow year-round, or are you going to say that everything has to be off the sidewalk for wintertime when the plowing and stuff is done?
Well, I would say it's seasonal,
Yeah,
because plowing has to be done.
right.
It says, where such obstructions exist, the sidewalk must be constructed to allow the minimum width requirement of 36 inches between the edge of an obstruction and the edge of the sidewalk. In some cases, if a sidewalk cannot be constructed to comply with the guideline, the obstruction may need to be removed or relocated.
Well, we, you know, in the case of the tables and chairs down here, that's a little over 2 feet that it actually takes up. So if you have, well, actually, it would be an issue.
Why is that?
That is going to be an issue, because store to the tree mulch is 4 feet 6 inches. And if you take away 2 feet, a little over 2 feet, 26 inches, it's going to leave less than 36 inches.
That just means they'll have to put it
Move it down.
on either side. So in other words, if there's a tree there and there's not enough room to allow 3 feet from whatever you put out, a table or table and chairs,
From that tree line.
from that tree line, they would have to move it
In
so
front
that
of
it's not,
so that it's in between the tree lines, in front of this store, but in between the tree lines, so that you
Exactly.
have the 3-foot.
Right.
So now
Right.
so now whoever's in the wheelchair goes like this.
Well, technically, as long as, if we use the tree line all the way down as the boundary instead of the curb. No, because then people would be,
right, I mean, to really support our merchants and to give them the best opportunity to put things out and, make our downtown more alive
Why
and
couldn't
aware.
they set the tree?
I mean, I just scribbled some things down, like maintain no less than 3 feet from edge of
Office,
chair,
that's the
table
handicap.
to end of
Yeah.
sidewalk at tree mulch space. And that's universal.
Right.
So if they have enough space that allows that 3-foot corridor, put it out. If it doesn't, they can't. They'd have to relocate it to where it does.
Right.
Some stores aren't going to have a relocation area, though.
And that's sad, but,
Well, there's
tree
not going to be many that don't.
no, that's true.
There's not going to be many that don't.
Sarah, you had something to say?
So that goes along with the chairs, the benches that are like this, ones that are in front of the trees. See, our tables don't go any farther than those benches though.
The benches are in between the tree, so they have trees, they're in between where the trees come, so that they're not, we have that clearances, which is what Catherine is saying. So,
Now, can we use the area that's in between how you have your trees there? And there's quite a bit of space in there for the handicap. One part, can we use a section of that to put a table and chairs there?
No, because people parking need to be able to get up onto the sidewalk.
Yeah, I understand.
So if you had a table and chair there and a tree, somebody parking essentially might have to walk to the end of their car into traffic to find a place to get onto the sidewalk because the chair and tree would be in the way.
I only gone and looked at the whole thing. I had set a chair there and a table there and everything. I had no reflection on the handicap parking and coming up onto the sidewalk.
Yeah, the handicap parking that's on the edge it's really
there's two
it's not
different,
a true handicap parking space, but
it's the best we could
the
do.
best we could do, but they would they can access through the crosswalk.
If they accessed it through the crosswalk, so if we have people that drive the handicap and they park in the handicap spot, and they have a wheelchair, the wheelchair is going to accommodate going to the crosswalk and coming up the sidewalk, down the sidewalk. If we have a handicapped person that's able to drive and has a walker to assist when walking, they're going to get out of their vehicle in the handicapped spot and get their walker and go up over the curbing and come. So that spot's critical for getting in and out. And I've seen that used a lot in that manner, more so than the wheelchair going up over the curb. We have to find a way that it accommodates you folks at the end and allows us to write this in a manner that it reflects on everybody down the line.
so would we allow anything, getting back to these flags that are in the sidewalk, between, here's 2 trees, here's the curb, would we allow anything in that space? Because wouldn't that prevent people from getting
Right.
in and out? All right, so we definitely want to not allow that. So where would those be allowed? Right next to their building?
That's right. You can't obstruct people's ability to get up out of their cars and onto the sidewalk without going out into the traffic.
They've been They have been a hindrance. We haven't said anything because we want to promote the business. There are new businesses downtown, we wanted to promote the business, we didn't say anything. But now we have more businesses downtown, more people, next doors, I mean, we have children going down in and out, coming off of the sidewalks and stuff. We have to pay particularly close to what's going on. And when you park down on that end, you do get slapped a few times with the flag.
But we noticed on some of them, though, they're ratcheted so that you can, from here, you can move them. Removable. So on some of them, either they could just put it up a little bit higher and torque it up higher.
On the ones on the building themselves, yeah.
Because those, you do get smacked in the face.
That's a question of the employees putting it high enough so the employees can take it in and take it out. And some of them aren't put up high enough. I think that we need to put a minimum height and then go with that minimum height for the flags on the buildings.
I said should be no less than 6 feet from the sidewalk, but maybe 6.5 feet. The bottom edge of the flag.
That means they have to get a ladder to take it in and out. Would that be
No, the
fair to
bottom
the
of the flag. The
merchants?
flags go like this, so the bottom of the flag would be up here, but the post would be down here. You could still stick it in like that and not have the flag hanging down in the
They
right
might
of way.
need a longer pole, maybe change the angle of it, but there's things they could do. A little smaller flag.
Well, according to this, businesses in the downtown district, signage will be restricted to 20 square feet to be located on the facade or attached perpendicularly to the facade of the building. The following restrictions apply. Animated moving signs are prohibited. Awnings or canopies may not extend over 2/3 of the sidewalk or 6 feet from the building face, whichever is lesser, and any lettering will be considered part of the total signage. So some of those that are freestanding or they're putting on the ground may not be legal anyway, unless they've gotten, we do offer a permit, what we call a temporary permit, for signage that you can get. It's for so many days a year. that you-
Sidewalk sale.
Right, sidewalk sales, new business sales.
Certain events,
Yes,
yeah.
certain events.
Well, we would
The
make
downtown-
exemptions for the certain, like Old Home Day, we exempt folks from that.
Old
Summer
Home Day, we
Fair,
almost close our eyes, ears, and
I know, and, well, Summer
I'm
Fair, we
busy
do the
throwing
same
candy
thing.
that day, so
I know, me too. I love it. And, well, Summer Fair is the same way, and
Right.
we do the same thing, so it's,
Yeah. But
we're
those are
exempting
special
from that.
exceptions, things that come up that the whole community joins in. This is for everyday use, 365 days a year. Not, I know that, things happen on Old Home Day or Summer Fair that normally would never be allowed, but because it's in the spirit of the whole thing. By the way, for your information, the zoning is now upstairs too, if you ever need to look in it.
Oh, I
Great.
have.
Yeah, we should incorporate in ours,
Great.
reference our downtown signage.
What do you have?
So these are just some thoughts that they need to be expounded on, but just,
Maintain no less than 3 feet from the edge of the chair table to the end of the sidewalk at tree mulch space.
somehow we'd have to define that so that, or actually almost make a map.
A flag hanging from building. Bottom edge should be no less than 6 feet. To the bottom edge should be no less than 6 feet from the side. No flags, tables, or chairs are allowed along the curb area of the sidewalk. Only along the buildings, okay.
Which are the ones with the flags that,
These building flags were the, did I put the addresses there?
No,
we say one has the flag is too low?
yeah.
Well, one was the jeweler, and the other was the good.
Good news, yeah.
Doesn't have anything, you don't even list them, the jeweler here.
Was it that, or was it? Beans. group.
There were three, I think there were three of them along there. No, one of them got you good.
It was either the, warehouse or, and the
The
other one was
bookstore, I think it was the bookstore. It was the bookstore. Well,
Not the jewelers, the bookstore.
Okay. So you say the bookstore edge of table to tree is 4 feet.
Table. They had a table that was right in front of the, where the tree was, so it was just
but he had 4 feet, so they're all set if we go with that
it was a
3-foot
skinny
corridor.
little table.
Okay.
And there were some flower boxes, as I recall.
Yep.
I think the flapping flags, did you want to have those be allowed by temporary permit only for special events?
Well, I don't have any.
The pole flags in the...
Oh, you mean those things that kind of go like this?
The pole flags shouldn't be, I mean, they're utilizing what we had for signs or something. They're utilizing holes that we made in the sidewalk, and they shouldn't be along the curb. And we should not be allowing anyone to drill holes into the sidewalk. I mean, that's just going to allow water and heaving and freezing and degrading of the sidewalk. But they should not be putting anything along that curb line to hinder people from...
Well, these are existing holes, so they just use the existing holes. So we had, is that something that we want to?
So we can just have the code enforcement officer go down and basically enforce the code and explain why they shouldn't be along that curb.
What does our existing wording say? So do you want me to work off our existing ordinance? Now, is this an ordinance or a policy? Because there's really no permitting, there's no violation.
What's a
It's
selectman's
just a
policy?
policy. Yeah, it's
That was a policy by the selectmen at the time.
So what we want to do is allow them to be able to use table and chairs on the sidewalk, but there must be a minimum of 36 inches between the edge of the mulching to whatever table or chair that they're using,
Right.
so that there's 36 inches, a minimum of 36 inches. So I think that if you move down further
Right.
beyond the tree, you would find that 36 inches.
we have a bench there. Can we move
The
our-
benches can be moved.
Yeah.
Right.
The benches were only put there, I mean, we kind of put them there to get a guesstimate of where people would be utilizing them.
Right.
We can certainly take that bench and put it somewhere else. And there's going to be another merchant that would love it in front of there.
And then we'll keep in exceptions to the policy upon approval of the Board of Selectmen for special town-sponsored events.
Yes.
They have to come to the board for approval.
No, not for a special town.
Right.
They wouldn't have to come before the board for approval,
Well, so-
because it's been a blanket approval. Old Home Day would be a special town event.
So,
Well,
We
unless
wouldn't
the-
have them come in for
What
that,
if they all organized a sidewalk sale?
which they want to do.
yeah, which they want to
Then
do.
there
Then-
should be
then they would
something
come.
from the selectmen, but
But that wouldn't be a town, that would be the merchants organizing it, and that wouldn't be a town-sponsored. Then they would need a special exception.
Right, but how,
You said town-sponsored.
well, that's
Right.
what it said.
Town-sponsored, I don't
They
think
don't
they
need-
needed
okay.
a special
So
exception. If
town-sponsored.
they wanted, the merchants wanted to get together and have a sidewalk sale, that's when they would come and ask for a special exception.
Okay, and what we would tell them, so you would give them a special exception to the width requirement?
I think we would look at the, I
What they
think we
want to
would
do?
each,
Okay.
right,
All I'm really,
each individually.
and I think they would be too, is you set up your wares, but you still want to leave room for your traffic to go by so that they'll stop.
Okay, because this is just addressing furniture, it's not talking about merchandise.
Right.
Oh, well, tables, which could have merchandise on it, chairs or benches on the main street. They
And I
should-
put et cetera.
Yeah.
Tables, benches, chairs, et cetera.
Okay.
But anytime we've had our summer fair and stuff in the past, there's plenty that's been put out and displayed along the sidewalk, and there was still room for people to walk back and forth and stop and look at things.
But we have also, not just the Main Street store, but further down, we have 2 stores that utilize the area of the sidewalk, not on the sidewalk, but the area of the sidewalk for signage and merchandise. So we have a similar situation further down
Right.
that's not an issue, so.
And they're part of this downtown
Right.
area.
They would be part of that.
All right. So in the meantime, we're really not changing this, we're just tightening it up.
I think we're making the language a little bit more specific
Right.
to what we're doing. Meanwhile, I think we should allow grant their Good News Cafe's request of putting table and chairs out there, as long as it's within as long as we have a minimum of 36 inches, which would mean that you would need to monitor, and if somebody wanted to put their chair going this way instead of going this way, now you've got a problem because you can't get a wheelchair through there. Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Is that consensus? All right.
I think we
And then,
absolutely certainly understand they're allowed on the building side and not on the curb side. No obstructions on the curb side.
You need this back? All right.
you got it? Okay. Sarah, you okay with that? All right. Okay. You're very welcome. Okay, next on our agenda is Jim. Thanks for waiting.
Jim Cropsey, I think. Oh, Pat. Okay. Jim Cropsey back again. Chapman, I don't think got the stuff from Mark Morrell at the state. I didn't get it either.
If you didn't get it by 3:15, 3:30, you're not. Did you?
Okay.
Mike's
It's working
not.
late.
Is it from Mark? Yeah. Yay, Mark.
Okay.
He usually is a man of his word. That's interesting.
That's what I thought. And he also said he might delegate it.
That's probably what happened.
If it came from Mark, he probably delegated it and it didn't happen, so.
He's been out of office, well, I mean, all over the district. All the time in Concord.
Give one to Joe.
What I also did was a couple of the surveys. I think what he's going to be working on is a detail of this is the overall picture, and he's detailing in on a couple of the smaller sections.
He's going to do the town's road as well?
He was going to be designing that too.
Interesting.
Okay. This?
I don't know, nobody's touching the microphone.
I know.
Goes.
Okay.
Here's the store.
So this is 307 Main Street, and the mini Freehill Jaboot is on this side, and the store is here.
Right.
We merged these two lots. This is an old map. We merged these two lots, so now it's on the same tax map.
Can you make one for Jim? Okay.
And what Mark was going to do was a conceptual to see if you would be interested of the design.
What is Cape Cod berm?
Cape Cod berm is asphalt. It's an asphalt berm. It's a shallow berm that
Like
a
a-
car can ride over. The idea would be that we want to put an impediment into travel, but if there's an issue there with the turning lane for trucks being able to get over the bridge. And right now, the trucks not only go over the sidewalk, but they go over my property line in order to make the turn.
Right.
And if you've got an 18-wheeler there, they want to be able to at least ride partway up over this Cape Cod berm and hopefully not completely destroy the flower bed at the same time.
Right.
So, we're not really looking at shrubs because that would be, I think that they'd probably get taken out by anything. I was looking at daylilies at least because they're quite hardy, and even if a truck rolls over them, or an 18-wheeler even,
Right.
they probably will survive. They may not flower that season, but they'll probably survive. Any shrubs are going to be just ripped out and trash. And my tenant was looking at putting annuals in alongside the daylilies.
That'll be festive.
Something pretty festive and hardy, but not more than the 2 to 3 feet high.
Right. I'm just looking, so you would have the berm from the building coming this way to, this is the light post? Okay, now, I assume this is a berm running right here?
Yes, that's on Prospect Street.
So you
to
would come
keep
up and
people
go
from
in here?
Yes, to come up
Yep.
over here
Okay.
and bring in here so that they could park
Right.
both sides, head into the building and head into this berm.
Okay.
We have to do a parking design from what
Sure.
Mark has given us, but this gives you a little bit of an idea. It may not be exactly where it would be, but
Right.
a little bit of an idea.
But this would certainly help both the customers trying to get out and people who, especially the ones that are stopped here for the red light, kind of get in the way of people wanting to come out, but if they come back here like that,
Yeah.
that seems more ideal.
Well,
For
yes,
both.
and Mark and I, while we were standing there, a guy literally went right through the parking lot right in front of us.
Yeah,
They have to
So-
deal with this.
yeah,
I know, I
okay.
know.
I don't know. I wondered that myself.
How many feet, Jim, is between the corner of the building and the end of the berm?
Well, the idea in talking to Mark, this is conceptual, but the idea is to reduce this space here
Right.
so that it is less than 8 feet. and no one can go through there. He needs 7 feet for a handicapped access, for handicap to go around that properly and to have the car door open on a van. It's pretty complicated.
The problem that I see, and I take objection to Mark's statement that the, where did he say it? That the sidewalks are a separate issue. This can't go in, this berm can't go in the front until we determine where our sidewalk is, because right now our sidewalk is in the street.
Well, the sidewalk's not on our property. I'm looking at it. It's on public property.
The sidewalk is prescriptive. The sidewalk is where the sidewalk has been for generations.
Fine.
And where it is now is not where it wasn't before.
It's out here. It's not in the, this is the edge of the traveled way.
It's in the right-of-way.
It's in the right-of-way, but it's not beyond the edge of the traveled way.
Well, in here, that's subjective. I mean, it's definitely, because we stood here with Mark Morrill that day, and cars coming off of Park Street.
Oh, they drive.
They're driving right across that without any problem.
I didn't say that cars didn't go over the sidewalk.
Our sidewalk needs to be determined where it should be
Safe.
for safety's sake
Right.
before this gets put in and pushes it further into the street.
Well, how do we go about determining exactly where the sidewalk is so that Mr. Cropsey can move forward?
Why would you need 7 feet from the corner to the berm? Would they be driving handicapped people there?
That's just so
Just
that-
if they pull up to the edge of the building and unload a handicapped person and then go in to the store, you're saying?
Yeah,
You need
I
that?
think the concept is that if you're serving the handicapped, you would need to have the ability for 2 wheelchairs to pass. And
That's, we just learned that's best case scenario. The information that we just got from the state of New
5 feet is
Hampshire
the best case.
is
Or worst,
telling us that we only need 3 feet.
3 feet.
3 feet, and then it's the...
5 feet to have
Right.
2 wheelchairs pass on the
Right.
worst case.
Right.
They get very tight. But the handicapped requirements for him to put in a handicapped space are quite specific. Mark does not have them. My tenant did not have them at the time. That would be determined by a parking engineer. But the idea would be to make that as small as we can, but still provide the appropriate state-mandated handicap access.
It's actually right here.
It's 14 feet, I think, isn't it? 14
Right there.
feet for handicap?
No,
This is New
ADA.
Hampshire Accessibility Code requirements, that's what this is.
This is state.
I have extra copies of that. Would you
Yes,
like
New
a
Hampshire.
copy? What page is that?
I got an extra copy right here.
I made all those copies.
Yeah, oh, that's right, you got it.
It's right there.
This is the guidelines for sidewalks, the front part of it, so all that information is in here. You're welcome to a copy if you'd like.
Okay,
I don't think you need this back page, that's our own notes, but
okay. I'll pass this on to,
Dennis, what is a handicap, legal ADA handicap? Is it 14 feet? Oh, you're going to make me look it up. All right.
That's for parking.
but there's probably something for the confluence of parking and sidewalk.
14, Pat, 8, 6.
Checklist they gave you in front of you.
Reach ranges, door frames,
parking checklist right in the front.
space.
2.
60-inch minimum.
5 feet, okay.
So you'd need to be able to, in theory, they're looking at, you have to be able to make that turn around the edge of the building.
Okay, 96-inch minimum wide space. Look on page 3 of 25. I think that's really what you wanted to...
3 of 25? Okay. Oh, and then the one next to it would be 96.
Right, Sunshine, right.
So that would be,
So you would probably want something like the one on the right, only with the access to the left, the striped on the left part. Right.
and that's, I think, why they were looking for 7 feet. And I think that's why Mark put a bolster or a bollard would be placed in
Over here.
over here, if we need to make it very obvious
So that they don't
nobody can
drive
come
to-
through
Right.
here.
And this would be striped as
Yes.
part of the handicap, so
Everything
people
would
would
be
know
lined.
that that's part of the handicap space.
Everything would be lined and striped, and the parking engineer would design it so that the maximum number of parking spaces can be put in there, plus the appropriate space for ADA in the appropriate location.
Sounds like excellent ideas.
So we just need to, we still have the issue with the sidewalk and the parking, although this address is coming egress out of there. This certainly will help them coming this way into there. This here is an excellent idea, because they come in like this, and then they come out here.
Well, one of the things this is a great idea, but the town of Tilton is responsible for designating what the ingress and egress is in and out of this from Prospect Street. Mark Morrell's kind of done that for us. I would suggest that Dennis take a look at that and the parking lot to see if that is, get Dennis's approval. I mean, it's the furthest away from the intersection, so it makes sense, but I still think it should have Dennis's eyes on it.
Absolutely, and we were looking at, I know that Mark did not go down here the full length, but
Yeah, he may-
we
that's
were
what I'm
looking
saying.
at going down here further with this, because it helps delineate parking spaces.
And get in and out. I go into that store on at least a weekly basis, and it just seems like that's the natural place if you want to get out and turn. And
So many wasted spaces there.
Did you
He's
give this
losing
to
business because he can,
Dennis?
Yeah,
he can
he
have
has
better
one, and I
parking,
gave
more
him
people in, people just park helter-skelter. It's not how we wanted it, but when his store went in last year, it was not seasonal for us to paint it after it was paved.
Right.
And we're now into another season, and a situation where we have both the town and ourselves and the state involved with a design issue.
Dennis, will you take a look at that to see where you feel the ingress and egress from Prospect Street should be and how wide it should be?
I've got a question. How are you going to walk the Cape Cod berm into your existing asphalt? Are there estimates on this?
It's going to be emulsified on. We did that at Riverfront Place in June 30th. It was a lot of emulsification. If the pavement underneath is new, it works pretty well. If it's not, we might have to cut it out completely and put new pavement in so that we can get a good appearance.
Right, normally you do your base course, and then they curve, then you do the very course, and that will walk the berm in. Now, is this going to be a Cape Cod
It's a
berm?
7-foot sidewalk right against the building.
It is. That was a proposal. Now, is it going to have asphalt fibers in it? I think you would want it. Fibers make it hold together a lot higher than asphalt.
I'm still hoping to get some grant curbing for the Main Street and Prospect Street sides of this place.
If we can get him. This is sidewalk here, though. I don't know where it is on this. I think that's
In our maps downstairs.
How wide?
In our maps downstairs.
How wide is it?
Going without, yeah.
Yeah, we could.
It's about 40 pages.
I don't see a problem with us.
Take a look what's there. Oh, yeah. Main Street.
We're having a conversation that the selectmen should meet to determine where our sidewalk should be. Sandy's plans done.
It's a good idea. If he actually, if this survey is correct and his property actually runs along the pins and across to this pin right there, the sidewalk has to be in this space.
Nope.
What do you mean, no?
It's just like a road. It is, yep, my brain just died.
Prescriptive.
Prescriptive, thank you.
Well, I'd like to see the plans, certainly.
Yeah, oh, that will help.
This is a conceptual.
Right.
This is, he wants to put in a berm, a raised berm along here.
Well, we need to figure the sidewalk component of it. Dennis, you'll
yeah.
get after the ingress and
Leave a
egress on Park
space in
Street.
here
Yes?
for people going
Oh, yes.
in and out of the
Yeah, you will,
store.
I know you will.
And then he wants to stripe the
To get the
parking
extra
lot.
space.
Prospect,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
and get it so,
I'm looking
because
at it,
right now
reading
it's
part.
free-for-all.
This would be still like an entrance.
Then the entrance would be over in this neighborhood.
right.
It certainly wouldn't be over here. I can't
I
see
think
that
this is
at
a
all.
step in the
So
right direction.
Dennis is going to
Well,
look
I
at it.
applaud your
but
efforts.
I
It's got to be
absolutely
in here
do.
somewhere.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's just a natural flow of things in that
I
neighborhood.
think that
I like it.
my concern is
There's an
where
issue
the
of
sidewalk is
exactly
going
where
to
the
fit
sidewalk
here,
goes.
All right.
There's a DOT plan.
where it ends up.
Downstairs that we're going to dig out
And
that
then,
shows where the sidewalk is. And we'll just go accordingly, yeah.
Wherever that ends up, then we can move forward on this piece here.
Yeah.
And I think that's what the next step is there. But Dennis, as soon as he says yes, yay or nay on this end here, you can move forward on that end.
Well, it should, once you've designated where you think that should be and how wide, then you should go forward with the driveway permit from the town, which would designate that.
Right. The one issue we have with the driveway permit, and Dennis, you'll be aware of this, is that this is going to be within the 100 feet. Any access on this corner is within 100 feet.
Right, and he will,
Plus also,
it's a
too,
great, the parking lot is non-conforming, so.
the entranceway on our permits are 20 feet wide, radiuses. I think you want to, look at the situation between the back and trailers in there, box trucks. You may want to extend the entrance radius to radius along this distance more than 20 feet off that FUJ.
Well, you probably know off the top of your head what a 45-foot box truck turning radius is going to be. And
It's not going to go 20 feet.
no, I don't do it 20 feet, but I
can
can't
watch
see
it.
what it is off the top of my head.
Right. And I think that's something that you and I can determine of how far we put the Cape Cod berm to give you plenty of access to get your delivery vehicles in there.
Right.
Because otherwise they're going to want to park right in front of the store.
Well,
Where are they going to go?
They're going to park on Main Street
Yeah.
or Prospect Street. And what good is that going to do us?
Either way, that doesn't work either.
No, that's not going to solve
I mean,
it.
I certainly
good.
want
So-
to help with your problem
This is
here,
all
and I
very
know.
good.
Yeah, I think it's excellent.
Okay.
Yay.
And I think the other element, and I've spoken to Catherine about this a little bit, is an application for the parking spaces in front of the building.
And that will have to go through the proper process.
That has to go through the proper
Comes through the Board of
process.
Selectmen, we make the request.
Okay,
For here,
Yeah.
yeah. So would I make that request in writing at any point in time when we submit this as a conceptual, and we'll go to
Well,
the
they're
next?
two separate issues, really. I mean, this is existing, you have that. These, you just need to go through the proper process of what your proposal is, bring it to the Board of Selectmen. It'll go through our approval process. If we approve,
Goes to the state.
if we approve it,
If.
then we'll send it to the
Right.
state for their permission, because they're actually granting the parking to the town of Tilton.
Re-granting it again, because I talked to Mark about that.
Well, they never really, because it didn't go through the first step.
Well, this one, but all of downtown, I think, has to be periodically reapproved. No?
No, nuh-uh.
No, because we just went through that with
Yeah. They make attempts,
yeah,
but
we just went through
Okay.
that with another.
They make
we don't give
attempts.
up any of our parking.
They make attempts, very good, because he was looking for reapproval, and
Yeah, they try.
they'll
We
try.
have, well, you know, you're a merchant, we have limited parking, we got to hold on to everything we got.
Yes, as much as makes sense and is safe.
Right.
And going back to the parking lot, we do have the same issue here on the rear because there's a loading dock in the back and an overhead door. So, and that's this angle. And I can look at that rear section with Dennis.
Yep. Do you hear what he's talking about, Dennis?
Where the
One off
loading-
of Academy Street where the loading dock is?
Rear of the building.
You can address that at the same time?
We're going to be doing the front, we should probably do all three sides of this, which is what I was talking to Catherine about. Might as well get it all done. Or maybe it was Augusta. I forgot.
This is yours too?
No, it's not.
Okay,
That's
so
Dr.
you say
Neeson's.
three
That's
sides,
this.
it would be these three.
Yeah, there's still
Okay.
3 streets.
This is town, state,
Right.
state.
It's a bit of a unique property in town. I don't know how many have frontage on 3 sides in such a small area.
I'm interested to see this here and this here, and then to see what the flow of traffic is coming in here and coming in here, on what the flow is from walking this way. I just, I have a concern with parking. I still have a concern parking because I live up here. So I often walk down here. And by walking down here, I can visually see what's happening. And it's very frightening to me as an adult walking down in front, even up in through here, it's frightening. Coming in and then out, and some of them are coming in when someone's coming out, and then someone's trying to park in front here. It's very scary. This whole section.
If everyone was a good, courteous driver, it wouldn't be a problem. But
Right.
they're not. They're just not, unfortunately.
Yeah, for me, this will depend on where the sidewalk is.
That's the operator
Safety of the
error,
pedestrians.
as much as anything else.
Absolutely.
Right. I mean, because if it is there and the parking's out here, then you wouldn't have an issue. Because you're not crossing over pedestrians to get there.
Per state statute, you can't have a situation like this where these people parking, because there's no driveway cut here, would cross the sidewalk to park. So that would move the sidewalk in your original proposal up here, so that the parking would be not crossing through that
Like it
pedestrian
is over
way.
here.
Right, and in actuality, the state said at the end it was private property, and they cited the example of the old laundromat property where people are backing out over the sidewalk as a standard operating thing in these areas.
It's a horror
Which is
story.
actually more dangerous, I believe,
Yep,
than parallel parking.
yeah.
And I agree wholeheartly.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think, but I also go back to your statement that it's a unique piece of property because you're on an intersection and you're coming into four different ways of traffic, and now you have a unique set of circumstances where you have a type of business that's here, both types of business that require a lot of quick in and out stops, and people quickly go in, get what they want, and go out. It's not a manufacturing, and it's not, legal where you're there for a couple hours and you stop and come out. So they're not, it's quick in, out, and it's very unpredictable. And that's where I have the trouble, is the unpredictability of that. Because you never know when someone's coming out, and walking along and somebody's shooting across, well, you're taking care of that.
Well, I think that that's what we're trying to address.
Yes. Which is
This area where,
Yep.
Safety.
where it was never intended
Right.
that people cross that line.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny what people will do?
It's human
Again,
nature.
driver,
They see an
operator.
opening and they go. It's just human nature.
park there.
It's
Doesn't matter,
it's
there's a tree
a
there,
yellow
park it.
line, one of the first things you learn in driver safety is you don't go through a solid yellow line.
I know, but if you took one of those
Otherwise, the
cameras,
sirens go.
You would think, right?
I wonder if you had candid camera and they went down and they asked questions of what the yellow line really means, how many different answers you would get.
It's the property line.
That would be fun.
Follow the yellow
They
brick
ran out
road.
of white.
Ran out of white. That's if you're walking down the sidewalk and you've had too much to drink from the store or the
Right.
Yeah, you gotta follow the line.
go on the yellow line.
Yeah.
I love to see businesses prosper and whatever we can do to help that situation. But I really, this is a unique situation in that I will try my hardest to work through it. But safety, just myself walking down there and some of the close calls that I've seen with children, it's frightening.
May we keep one of these, Jim?
Yes.
Thank
Yes,
you.
that was the intention. And at the same time, if we go back to this concept of moving the sidewalk and putting parking in the street, that would work as well. I don't know how the state would do that because the 18-wheelers do go over where the sidewalk is now, and that would be where the parking would be.
Well, but they do that closer to...
You'd have to restrict
your-
it, right.
To
In
this
some
area
form,
here,
right.
coming across.
Right.
And where's the this is a telephone pole, is it not?
Yeah,
No,
and
that's the
there's another
traffic
one here,
light.
too,
And there's
up here.
another one here, so, I don't know, it's certainly, you know what? It's worth a try.
Yeah, bring in the plan, let's take a look.
So we're working on getting a traffic engineer with a set of plans and
Yay.
Maybe Dennis and I can give you a call and start out on the rear and on the side. We get that. Thank you for this. I'll copy it and get it to
Yep.
the tenant.
Well, thank you.
Okay,
I
great.
applaud your
Thank you, I
efforts.
appreciate it.
Yes.
That's a step in the right direction, I think.
Is this person no?
Not from me, but I understand.
Okay.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim.
That seemed odd to me when I saw it.
Me too.
Some of those people on there, I know them and I know their
It's so
situation.
surprising to me.
Dennis, before you leave,
Seemed odd.
I asked Joyce to give you a note, but I didn't realize you were coming in tonight, so I can give it to you right here and now. Would you mind getting with Bob on Old Home Day? See what can be done with the two towns working together with setting up Old Home Day that day of Old Home Day, well, Southworth, right? That'd be good? Okay, we talked about it last night at the meeting, I just wanted to pass the information on. They don't, because he does a little bit each time, they don't know how much work really is needed over there, but still need to offer. Yep. That'd be great. Okay.
Thank you.
Your excuse. Thanks.
Have a good
Oh, wait a
night.
minute, though. But,
Run while you can.
Oh, yeah, you better run because I have questions too.
Run.
Okay, as long as you said what. You have more of those recycling, those things? I'd like to get at least one for the senior center.
I think that was one of them, Joe.
That would be great if you, next time you head in that direction, you dropped it off there. That would be stupendous.
Some of these are shocking.
And the other question I had The other question I had was, I sent you an email, but about the composter things.
I didn't even know it was ordered.
Oh, yeah, well, apparently we did. Yeah, no, we did. I think you were out that day, but
Yes, I'm gonna get that.
that's been dealt with, and if you need some help, I'll be glad to ride down with you or whatever.
Oh, no problem.
Just let me know. That was it, pretty much.
Okay.
Oh,
How many we ordered?
I want to say half a dozen, but, and I went to the Island Park, and it's looking pretty good over there.
Good. Night, everybody.
Good night. Speaking of Island Park, and I know it's on our agenda, so I'm going to bring it up while it's in my thoughts, otherwise it's gone. The Master Gardener's plant sale is this weekend. I got a call from one of the selectmen who happens to be a Master Gardener in Samberton, and they would like to clean up and do work on the gardens at the island.
I was looking at that yesterday.
Well, they
That's-
offered once before.
If they're up for that, if that works, that
Sorted.
works for me.
It's to honor Terry in her work with the Master Gardeners. They want to, in turn,
Nice.
pass that forward.
We need to okay it with Northfield.
We do indeed. And
You're in.
I'm reasonably sure that they're going
They're
to,
not going to care. They
they're going
want
to
us to
say
own
yes.
it.
but-
Joyce, would you please contact the Board of Selectmen in Northfield and ask if they wouldn't mind if the Master Gardeners could go over and clean up the gardens at the island? Free. Thank you. Get back to me so I can get back to Karen Over. Thank you. Okay. This is the time of year when we take a look at what our situation is at the Bell Peabody Apartments and air conditioning. So we took an inventory of the air conditioning units, and we were getting very low. I spoke with Mike at Lowe's. We had a little money left over from last year for air conditioning, and he gave us an incredible price on some air conditioners, so we were able to pick up 6 air conditioners.
6 additional air conditioners.
Yeah, that we have had 5 additional requests this year for air conditioning, and that puts us in a situation where if anyone new comes in at Bell Peabody, we have only 1 left to do. So I'm going to put that out to folks that are listening. If they wish to donate towards our air conditioning fund, please do. And thank you from the bottom of our hearts to Mike at La Riviere at Lowe's for giving us and stepping up to the plate and helping our seniors out this year again this year.
As a person in the audience last year, I recall from my, I'm not out there now, Pat, I seem to recall that there were issues with the windows and not putting them in the windows or whatever.
The issue is that they cannot have, because of the ingress and egress issue that they have an outside door that they go in and out, their front door, and they have only windows in their bedroom. So according to one window, some have 2, the corner ones have 2. There's only 1 window, and according to the fire codes, they cannot have a window air conditioner unit there. We got a waiver for 2 years in a row to allow that for medical necessity. Last year, we were fortunate, the community came together and got us the standing units, not only the standing units for air conditioning, but dripless so that they don't have to carry pans around to empty water and so on, and they do not deplete the oxygen. So that's very important because we have a couple there that are on oxygen, and we've tried it, and they're very, very pleased with it. So it was, with Mike's help last year, we had people at, a lot of community, AutoServe employees got together, Northway Bank, a lot of employees got together, and they came up with one air conditioner, and then Mike filled in the rest of all of the air, I think it was like 6 or 7 that he donated last year, and filled the gap of people that needed. Now we have an additional 5 seniors that need air conditioning, so I took an inventory today and said we're pretty close to it. Now, in the monies that we had, we're probably about a little like $100 short of getting that 6th unit. So we're looking for monies to come in and balance that off. And we probably could use 1 or 2 more of those units to be on the safe side in case we have somebody else. We have 6 window units that we can place within the seniors in their own homes around town, but as far as the Bell Peabody apartments are concerned, they only can use these stand-up units that easily go into the window and can get knocked out in case there's emergency.
Well, they could use the window units in the corner units.
And the corner units, but there's nobody right now that,
needs them.
right. Right.
It's interesting to me that Bell Peabody is not part of this effort.
No comment.
Yeah.
Well, I have a comment.
No comment.
These
What-
people suck money out of these seniors, right? And they don't seem to have any regard for their medical needs. That's sad to me.
They're charged an extra fee to have the air conditioning.
They are charged an extra fee, and the fee went up this year. They have to,
It went up.
in order for them for the seniors to be able to even ask for the air conditioning, they have to be able to afford an extra $28 a month. Last year it was $25.
Isn't this
It's HUD
complex
housing.
over there governed by federal rules?
It's HUD housing.
And the government of the United States is okay with that?
There are no requirements, even state law does not have any requirements that would require a landlord to provide airflow, fan, air conditioner to reduce the temperature.
Well, that I can understand, but to charge extra for a person with a medical need...
For electricity usage.
Yeah, well, I still don't have to like it.
No, it's not.
I've talked
So-
to HUD about the topic for a number of years in a row, and
Next time you go, let me go with you.
it doesn't go anywhere.
So I think it's really important to notice that when we've put out, and I'm going to write a note to the papers, when we've put out a request, people in the community have come back and really came forward and said, here, I can help. And then we've been able to, and we take them out in the fall. The police department, where's Bob? Put them in, and we take them out, and they're housed downstairs in Town Hall so that we know that
The residents have been wonderful about helping with this. The various businesses, AutoServe and Lowe's jumping right to mind, but $28.
$28 a month. So it's an extra, they have to figure an extra, $80, $82 for the season in their fixed income in order to have the air conditioning. So a lot of the seniors, we have 10 over there right now, 10 over there that we're supplying with air conditioning. And those are the folks that have come forward with the medical need. Think of the ones that are not coming forward that can't afford the $28 a month. That's sad. So,
Could we put something on the website?
okay.
Somebody's drinking beer, left it in the refrigerator.
I think, like, we could write up a little thing in the senior center.
Donation request?
Right. On the, that'd be a good idea. On the website. I'll talk to Tim in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay, it's time for public input. Do we have public input? Okay. Okay. Minutes of 3:29.
I'll make a motion, we bring the minutes of March 29, 2012 to the floor for discussion and ultimate approval.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Just for the record, this is not a payoff. This is somebody leaving money for Coca-Cola.
Okay.
It was in the refrigerator when I went in there to get some Cokes out. There was $2 laying in there.
Well, there you go.
Someone borrowed a Coke and just paid for it, that's all.
Yeah.
That's cute. That's very nice.
Just want people to think I was being paid off.
Gives you faith in human nature. At least
For
a short-
$2
At
anyway.
least for a short time.
Almost worked. Oh, yes, I remember this. This. This is one that I'd like not to revisit.
What?
This is one I'd like not to revisit. Do we see any corrections or concerns or additions?
Haven't yet.
Well, I don't have those minutes, that's okay.
We forgot to ask Dennis how the transfer station hours were working out, for having it open longer.
He was keeping track of those who used it during those extended hours.
As of 2 weeks ago, it was picking up more as they went, but a number of those people were individuals who were coming earlier in the day, but now knew they could wait till later on, so they're coming later on. Now, what's happened in the last 2 weeks, I don't know.
Last I heard the other day was it's still kind of slow.
The recycle committee's not going to have the dumpster at Business Park Drive this year.
No?
No?
With the advent of the extended hours on that end of town, and the fact that the Best Way facility on Route 140 is open 5.5 days a week and accepts single-stream recycling from residents in the town of Tilton, we felt that the expense of the dumpster in conjunction with the staffing of it was unnecessary. Just one, another few $100s from the taxpayers that
Right.
weren't getting a return on our money, certainly, and Tim said he would place the 140 facility on the website under recycling, so that anybody who went and said, oh, they're not doing it, what's up with that, would see that they could go to the Best Way facility, and I'd been talking that place up for the last 2 years, so.
Do we have any other corrections or changes?
I'd like to make a motion.
Wait, I have one.
Okay, go ahead.
Under page 8 on the bottom, the last sentence, to vote to indemnify and hold harmless, or?
No, that's exactly as it came to me from Local Government Center. That's a direct quote.
Save harmless.
Yep. And we can make it anything we want.
No,
but
I'm
that's just a
fine.
direct, that's legalese.
I'm fine with that.
And then I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes of March 29th, 2012, as
Second.
written.
Second.
Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Right?
Aye.
Abstain.
One abstention.
Make a motion that we bring the minutes of April 5th, 2012 to the floor for discussion and approval.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Right?
Aye.
Gotta find mine. I think I got it right here. Maybe I
I've already read them.
don't.
They're there.
Oh, a short one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's another one I wouldn't like to revisit. Those speed bumps are doing pretty good over there.
Yeah, they are.
You don't want to be going too fast over those speed bumps, I'll tell you what.
I think they're pretty good.
I saw that, but see where the property's actually located. I saw that, and it's like, wait a minute, I know who owns that.
But it has beach rights.
What we need is another place over on Beach Street, right?
Maybe it's not beach rights.
Yeah, they don't even recommend splitting them.
Okay? Got anything? Okay.
I make a motion to approve the minutes of April 5th, 2012, as written.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Abstain?
Aye. Oh, no.
I wasn't there.
Yes, you were. Oh,
Present from
Oh, yeah,
the
that's
board.
right.
Selectman Joseph Jessamine
That's
was
right.
not present.
I read that incorrectly. I was going to say, this is one you can. All right.
He was golfing.
Yes, that's right. Remember, Chuck, he was at the Masters.
Yeah, I was at the Masters. As a matter of fact, I was there that day. My brother is walking, talking, back on the computer. He isn't driving yet, but looks like he'll make a almost fully done. I'm stunned, stunned. I thought he was going to be vegetable soup.
Open now.
That's phenomenal.
Indeed.
Here we have a couple of items for Tim that we need to discuss. One is the budget line under his budget, very simple, under cultural Grange expense, he wants to change it to cultural senior center.
So moved.
So seconded?
The motion's been made and seconded to change cultural Grange expenses to cultural senior center. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Right.
The school resource officer, is it okay for him to submit the final?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We won't get it until next year, but absolutely.
Okay. So we can let Tim know that that's okay to submit. How did the Thrive work in the cruiser?
Good, real good. Yeah, I told Tim we're very happy with him.
He just picked up two, the police officers borrowed one,
That's what that's called?
the Thrive. It's called the Toshiba Thrive.
Oh, they gave it a pet name, okay.
No, it's the...
That's the brand name.
It's the brand name.
Right, but I mean, it's
Oh,
It's a mini
Toshiba gave it a...
yeah, it's a mini computer, right?
Right, it's a tablet, right. He just picked up two more of these for this, yeah, for $200. Okay. Okay, Joyce, you're up. So, the new
You'll
cruiser.
be assigned to each selectman?
Yes, you'll have your own.
I'm thrilled beyond belief.
The budget committee will be, if they ask you a question, you right away
Okay.
know.
Lessons.
They work in the cruisers under the Android, well, you won't, but it's Android system, so we asked them to take, because this works on the Android system. So they took it, and now they can have access instead of the iPads, because the iPad wouldn't conform and make it to work with
Wow,
their spot system,
oh, nice.
but the Android
These do.
does. Yep.
Well, that's very good.
Solution.
Great solution, huh?
That's very good.
So now you have to stay awake like he does on early Saturday morning, so
To
you
go on sale.
wait for them to go on sale, or have him just go, yes!
Hi.
Hi, want a Butterfinger?
went through my to-do list, because I keep track of all the things to do, and I just cleaned out most of it, but there's still 133 lines.
To do?
So I'm going to spare you that. I was going to print it out. I'll just use this one.
Can we duplicate
This
you?
was just today. So I'll just kind of run through this real quick. Did Don Carlson ever get in touch with you about the keys? I called him first thing this morning. I explained everything. He said, Joyce, he says, I wasn't planning on charging for the going out there and changing the lock. I said, oh. Well, I said, let me give you Pat's number and you can speak with her directly. Because I said, she's not pleased. She would like to have the original key.
2 original keys came with the back door. We had 5 or 6 copies made from Don Carlson. The 6 copies that we had made didn't work.
For the back door.
For the back door. Didn't work.
Not one.
So he went up on Friday. I wasn't there. And instead of fixing them so that they work according to the original one, he changed the tumbler so that the 6 work and the 2 originals don't.
And who was this that did that?
Don Carlson. Carlson Lock and
Lock
Key.
that made in China.
I wasn't happy, and I'm still not happy, because we should have original keys to make copies from in the future. You don't make copies of copies.
Let me tell you what happened with the shed that was donated in the ball field. We got 2 sets of original keys for the 2 doors. We had duplicates made that did not work. Not one of them. It's quite phenomenal. Not one worked.
Right, and you went to both places.
I went all over town trying to figure out what was wrong. And I finally looked at the keys sitting in my truck, very puzzled. The original keys are like a micrometer thinner than the duplicates. This country...
Use the wrong slot, the wrong blank.
This country does not have blanks for the Chinese lock sets. We had to contact, and Home Depot did that for me. I finally went to Home Depot, and he did get out a micrometer and measure it. And said, yep, I was right. He had to contact the manufacturer of the lock sets, who finally was able to send us those keys. So if we lose any keys to those, we'll be going to Beijing for duplicates. Well, there's a road trip for you.
Well, these are Schlage, right?
Right, they're Schlage. I mean,
Then they should, yeah, then that's not the problem.
I'm sorry, when you have an original key,
You should always make duplicates
make
from originals.
duplicates from the original key. You don't make 6 keys, and if the 6 keys don't work, you change the tumbler to make it work. I'm sorry. It's not right.
That seems odd to me.
So now, when that happened, I didn't know my original key wasn't going to work, and it didn't work.
Oh, my God.
Right, you
So
didn't know
now I don't have a
until-
key to the back door at the senior center. None of our keys to the back door of the senior center work because the tumbler has been changed. So the 6 keys that he did fix so that they would work in the tumbler, he took them with him.
No, I gave those back to you. I gave you all the
No,
keys.
those 6 keys are to the front door.
So we
Keys
have
that I
no
gave you are to the front door.
key to the back door.
So the keys, so there's no keys to the back door. Oh, I thought
Remember this
because he had
next time
made
we
keys
need
to the back
keys.
door that didn't fit, so he fixed the tumbler. But, so why would he take the keys to the back door if they now worked?
That's a very
That's the
good
piece.
question.
That's the piece I'm missing.
I
Well,
have an original key to the back door, it does not work.
it doesn't, because you
Right.
changed the tumbler.
I'm just confirming
Okay,
what you said.
all right.
Sure, he thought
So,
it better to
all
have
right,
6 keys work than 2.
I thought he left the keys in that bag because there was a bag that said
Took 'em
keys
with
that
him.
don't work
Took 'em with
and
him.
make 6 front door keys.
Oops.
So everything went back in the bag and
We don't have keys to the back door
at
that
all.
work.
At
Yeah,
all that
one-
work.
One key, right? That's it.
Well, he must have the other one because there's 2, right?
Tom's got one.
Tom's got
Doesn't
the other
work.
one, doesn't work.
And you have one.
It doesn't work.
All right, well, I don't know what he has. Well, either way, he went to make you,
Why don't we just call up Mr. Carlson in the morning, and I'm sure he'd be more than delighted to rectify this situation if I know him at all.
More than delighted, no doubt.
He will do
well,
whatever
he,
is necessary.
right, he would, and he had said that what he had done, he thought was, he wasn't going to charge you for that. Anyway, but now you want him to fix it.
He will fix it.
Okay, but the front,
We need,
all right.
we need
You
a
need,
front door and a back door key for our executive committee, which is 5, the manager of the CAP, the manager of the senior center,
and then 2 originals.
and then 2 originals stay here. Dennis needs a set.
So now,
And then we
now
have-
6.
Then listen, then we have 1 full set needs to be at the senior center,
In a-
somewhere where people, the manager knows that it's a full set.
All right, so you're talking 8 sets and 2 originals. 2 sets of originals.
Jane, Tom, and myself have a full set of everything, should have a full set of everything, because we go up and we're in the outbuilding because medical equipment and so on and so forth.
Right, when you say full
Executive-
set, you mean the padlocks.
We need the padlocks too, because
All right,
for
now,
the 2 executive committee members, we need padlock keys for them too, because they are out dispersing the medical equipment, and that's where the medical equipment is.
okay, question. Now, the keys that I put tags on Friday, those
Those
are
are front door.
Okay. So do we need more front door keys than what was there?
I don't think so.
And both you and Tom have the original front door keys?
No, we have copies of
You
the
have
front door.
copies, okay.
The-
We have 2 front door keys. We have 2 front door keys, no back door keys. All right.
So we have 5 executive committee members, the senior manager, senior center manager,
Originals,
just
one for, a full set for the Grange, and then 1 for Dennis. Okay. So all we really need are backdoor keys. So he must have the original backdoor key. All he has to do...
I gave my original back door
Yes, that's the
key
one that's
to
taped to that piece
Catherine,
of
the
paper.
one that's taped. That's the original one that came with the door.
Okay. All right.
And that, so we're keeping 1 key.
To the back door?
Does it say Don Carlson on the back?
This is Tom. Don't ask me a serious question. Yes,
Yep, right there. You want this? So the rest of the executive committee, as long as they have a front door key and a back door key, we can have the outbuilding key in the building somewhere. They can come in, get it, and go out. We're okay with that setup. Jane and I and Tom need the full set because we're up there all the time.
All right. Very good. I'm going to give this to Catherine, though, right now.
Because you can't just go in the back door because the alarm goes off.
I understand.
You have to go through the front door anyway.
My problem was I had 2 bags of keys, and they went in an envelope, and I gave them to Dawn. And then a bag came back to me.
Well, Jane was there that day, and he took the back door keys with them.
Okay.
Okay.
That was a little piece I was missing. Okay. Matt Leahy, I called him today to find out when they were going to do this press release. I thought that was going to be this week. He said he hadn't heard anything, hopefully next week, but he would call us. I said, good. I said, so you can be my contact person. I'll just call you. He said, yes, call him. As soon as he hears something, he'll let us know. Next week, on Monday at 3 o'clock at the Northfield Town Hall, Glenn and Dennis are going to be meeting, Joe and Dennis are going to be meeting with Glenn, Bob, and Peg at 3 o'clock at the Northfield Town Hall to talk about recycling. I was going to go, but I have a doctor's appointment at 3:30. So that's fine, I can catch up with you guys.
With regard to that, a little direction from the board. I have the study that was done in '01, I guess it was, or 2000. Where do you want to head with this?
Let's go through Joyce's agenda items, and then we'll come right back to that.
Okay, it's on my list there.
Okay, good.
And the UST committee, I had offered to help them get their first organizational meeting together, and we've been able to schedule that for Friday at 9 o'clock at the Northfield Town Hall.
Tomorrow?
No, next.
You're still part of that, right?
The 8th.
No, Joe is.
I'm the official representative, but Joyce is like in an advisory capacity. She's been there since the start.
Yeah, I
Not as
offered.
alternate.
There you go.
No, I had offered to.
She can't be the Tilton alternate as a Northfield resident. I don't.
Yes, she can.
Is that right?
Of course she can. She works for Tilton.
Works for me.
Does that mean I'm not as alternate anymore?
Actually,
No, you're the
we have an
governing-
alternate.
you're
There you
the
go.
Governing body alternate. No, I'm just in a clerical capacity, advisory cleric. Just, I posted their notice because everything has to be 51.
okay with that,
As soon as they
Joyce.
get a chairman, okay.
It was close. So that's the 8th?
The 8th. Their public meetings.
I'd like
what
you to
time?
stay
9
on
a.m.
that capacity, because I
Yeah.
think that you have
Just keep
valuable
it.
input in that.
She does indeed.
Well, it's good that Wayne, he's the school board
Yes. Crowley.
member, and he's quite competent.
Good. Good.
So,
and
that's
with
good.
one of our one of our agenda items will be the setting of fees.
That is still under other business, so that would come under other business.
Okay.
Anybody can bring up their stuff. I just put down what had to be done according to the
And
agreement.
seeing as we have a new entity, it seems like the new entity would have to set the fees for that entity.
I would agree.
I would think.
The agenda that's posted is in your FYI. So, okay, that's done. Okay, the letter went out to Mr. Cropsey, and I also gave him some information on some of the tree removal vendors that the town has used.
Okay,
Okay,
It's interesting he didn't mention it.
right?
probably had other things on his mind.
I forgot about it until you just said it.
Okay,
Thought about it, but he didn't.
just
bring it up.
quickly
I didn't
with-
bring it
with
up. I figured he'd get
Panulo.
back to us.
sending that letter, I have enough where I can write it. I'm just having a little trouble with dates because there's nothing official. I researched the minutes. I could spend a little more time telling him to move the fence,
Put parking there.
parking in there.
I'm
We
sorry.
talked about it last week.
We
So-
talked about it last week to get a letter, no, 2 weeks ago.
2
Mr.
weeks ago.
Panula?
Yes.
Your meeting of 5.
We agreed, part of the agreement with Mr. Panulu was that we would fill in the hole, help him fill in the hole.
Remove the
And
fence.
the chief can attest to this because he was on the phone with him many times. That we would get the fill, we got the fill, we got the manpower to fill it in, and that he would remove the fence and have parking for his tenants.
I thought when the time that was all done voluntarily, no town monies, because that's not an agreement between the Board of Selectmen and Mr. Panula.
Right, I couldn't find anything in writing or stated in the minutes that it was an agreement between the board and,
The town didn't get the
Wasn't that fill donated from the school
Yes.
project?
yes. and
That's
I
correct.
confirmed that, and that was,
we coordinated it.
well, the chief did.
Well, that's we, the town.
Well, town shouldn't have spent any dollars.
We didn't
Dealing in
spend any
private
dollars.
property. Okay, that's good.
We didn't spend any dollars.
That's good. So
But he
where did
agreed,
this,
he agreed that once that happened, he would take the fence down.
so this agreement was simply through a conversation that the chief had with him?
Several conversations with me, with the
With you
chief,
and the chief?
with both of us, actually. I think he even came into town hall one day and had a conversation with folks.
So, but I've narrowed it down. It was like the spring of 2010. Does that sound about right?
And he said that when he needed to take the scaffolding down, and at the time, there was a death in his family, and he couldn't get up here to get the scaffolding down. He didn't want to take the fence down without taking the scaffolding down. One thing led to another, and I don't think he has any intention of taking the scaffolding down, nor does he have any intention to take the fence down. But I think we should send a letter that says, listen, this was an agreement that you made.
Yes.
I was hoping I could
But he
cite
didn't
some...
make the agreement with the Board of Selectmen, so who's the letter
Regardless, we
coming
had a
from?
handshake agreement.
He did make it with the Board of Selectmen.
We can ask
He
him
never
to do
came.
He
it.
was talking to
Never
me.
came in here before the Board of
He
Selectmen.
did not make it with the entire Board of Selectmen.
And he didn't make it with the Board of Selectmen.
We can still ask him to take it down, can't we?
There is no criteria for us to require someone to
Nobody
take
said
down
require.
a fence.
Has Mr. Panula paid you to say that?
Nobody requires
Oh,
nothing.
okay.
We're just
A
asking him to
fence or-
take the
Then
fence.
why are you giving him an out to not do his due
Listen, I
diligence
just
to
wanna
his
make sure
agreement?
Facts
Well,
are
I'm
correct,
saying-
that's all. I mean, I have
Legally,
enough
you're
to
right.
go
In
on.
court, you're right.
An agreement is an agreement.
Right, but it sounds to me this letter should come from the chief to him. Because he's the one who had most contact with him, correct?
Yeah, the
No,
last-
not necessarily.
Well, May 13th
Then
of
maybe a
20...
We had a
letter
lot of
signed by both you,
We had a lot of-
chairman of the Board of
We have minutes.
Selectmen.
We have minutes.
Right, this is the most recent thing I could find. It says, Selectman Dawson asked Chief Cormier if he was able to contact Mr. Panulo regarding filling in the hole behind his property on Main Street. Chief said he did call Mr. Panulo and left a message asking him if he would object to putting solid fill to fill in the hole. Mr. Panulo thought this was a good idea, but had not gotten back to the chief. The board agreed they would need written permission from Mr. Panulo to allow the town to put clean fill in the hole. Selectman Dawson said the town would not be paying for the fill. They would let local contractors know that this is a place to put in clean fill, but needed written permission from Mr. Panulo first. Selectman Wadley suggested they inform Public Works Director Dennis Allen of what is going on so he can check on things.
Where's the written permission?
So I'm asking you guys, because I don't have anything. But I can still do it.
It's an agreement.
It's an agreement.
So let's
Verbal
ask him. Somebody
agreement.
should ask him anyway.
It's a verbal agreement.
Yes, and we will. I just wanted to,
But continue on the rest of the meeting so he can have an out on this.
There is no agreement with him and the Board of Selectmen. I remember this
Okay,
conversation
but let's still
clearly.
ask him.
well, the other concern I had, because
We've
I
had
went out
several
there
conversations with this
looking,
gentleman.
the fence is bashed in again, so someone can get in there. And then where he has his scaffolding, when you look up, you can see where there's all these loose bricks. So if we have him remove the fence, then he's got to move the fence to keep his scaffolding,
Why?
because it's a hazard, it's a danger.
It's private property. All he's got to do is put up a sign that says no trespassing.
Okay.
I mean,
And the other thing, when he makes
it's
it
his liability.
parking, he has to designate. I asked Dennis, I said, Dennis, so how many spaces do you think he can get in there for his tenants? He said, easily 10.
Yeah.
So we want him to pave it, delineate it, and put up
No,
signs
he
saying it's
won't
for
do that.
his tenants only?
No.
So
He's
anybody-
not going to pave it.
Okay.
He already told us that 2 years ago, he wasn't going to pave it. He would do crushed rock or something to that effect, but he wouldn't pave it. And he would designate to his, but what he wants to do is be able to charge his tenants a fee to park there.
Nice guy.
Oh,
I have a question regarding the Tinker Toys behind the building. Can I put up a 40-foot scaffolding in perpetuity without a permit or anything else?
yep.
Forever.
Private property.
On my land, I can erect a structure with no permit.
What structure? He's got scaffolding up.
It's still a structure. If it falls over and you're standing under it, it'll be a structure.
You just saw somebody putting a ladder up and leaving it there.
It's not a ladder.
It's
Not
not
even
covered.
close to a ladder.
It's not covered under our building permit, and OSHA doesn't.
So that's a
It's
no.
not covered under our building permit fees.
What's the definition of
not.
the structure in your zoning?
It is not.
Did we just go through this, what a
We're talking
structure
about
was?
building permit
Anything
fees.
man-made?
We're talking about building permit fees. Read it.
Usually it's based on, well, of course, he's a little bit different, but it's on the value of the job.
Regardless, we assisted him in getting that hole that had been a hole for years and years and years and years, with the purpose of parking for his tenants, which would alleviate some of the congestion in our municipal parking lots and the hassle that we're having in that municipal parking lot with some of our merchants, and that would alleviate the issue, particularly with the haircuts for men. They could have a handicap parking right on the corner of the back of their building and then come in through the pool place, which they've wanted for 3 years.
And they've asked him as tenants, and he won't do anything? Do you want him to, or do you want to invite him in to talk with you guys?
We have no written agreement. I mean, we can call him. I think we should call him
A
on it.
man's word is a man's word.
True enough, but Catherine's right. We can't take it to court over this.
No, we can't. I'm not expecting to.
I understand that.
I'm expecting to
I hope he
have
does.
him uphold his honor of his word.
I hope he does. Truly.
Okay, the trash ordinance letter, I'm just sending it to the one address, number
Yep.
3. Okay. All right, and I can go ahead and sign that for order of the board. Okay. Hawkers and peddlers, we never had a chance to discuss the amending. I did send a query to, and this will be Al's.
Want me to put it in this folder?
Yeah. Because one of the questions I had is because of the, when you look at the statutes for hawkers and peddlers, because the statutes are very clear about what they do allow towns to do. And one of the things that they're clear about is that you have to make sure that you abide by the equal protection clause of both the United States and the New Hampshire Constitution. So my question is can you charge different fees for residents versus non-residents? And she just clarified that, and she said that's correct. So I'm just wondering how we get around that. We don't have to discuss it tonight, because we need to all look at our ordinance.
We have to remember the ordinance was adopted by town meeting.
I did confirm that. I asked.
The ordinance was adopted at town meeting with the intent of people going out to different streets and houses and hawking and peddling.
And it says clearly right in there, what is it, paragraph 3? Describes a hawker and peddler who has a business in town and moves to a different location within town. And that person is defined as a hawker and peddler.
When was that adopted at town meeting?
1990, I believe.
When did Tanger Outlets come to Tilton?
70s?
No.
Late
no.
70s?
Maybe,
Like 79?
Mid-90s.
yeah, in the 90s.
Mid-90s.
Yeah,
Was it mid-90s?
yep.
I'd say it maybe started in 91, 92.
Was it?
And then it was built in 94, 95.
I was going to say,
Just go back to when your father and and John McCarthy was selectman, that's exactly what they came to.
Yeah, I know, but they were making trips to Pennsylvania before it was established, so that's why I'm a little lost in the date, because
No, I would say mid-90s.
there was some promotion going on before anyone knew it was coming.
Cindy, I was chair of the board when I came in. I didn't get on the board until '87.
Right, no, I'm certain it was the mid-90s.
Well, it just said, the New Hampshire Supreme Court has said regulation and licensing of hawkers and peddlers must not unduly or unfairly discriminate against non-residents.
And charging different fees would definitely fall into that category.
You think?
Yep.
Out-of-state vendors have equal protection under the law. She cited 3 different cases. Licenses cannot be granted on different terms to those who do not reside within the county because it violates federal equal protection rights.
Right,
So we can't have 2 different fees, right?
right.
Okay.
She just said it would have a low likelihood of surviving a court challenge. The question I posed was, can the selectmen create a separate classification of licensees, which consists of Tilton residents who already have an established business in town, and allow them to sell merchandise from a temporary location in town, charging less than the fee of $50 per month because they are a Tilton resident? Would this practice be consistent with the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution? Now, if I should have been asking a different question, but the law's pretty clear when you read the hawkers.
It seemed to me like all you can do is, if you want to help your residents, is you just lower the fee. Where it's not-
But I don't understand if
I mean, for
that
everyone.
person, if that business is going to work at Tanger as a business and has to have the insurance and additional liability out to Tanger, it's considered a business within Tanger Outlet, then how would we have the right to charge a hawkers and peddlers if in fact it's a business within Tanger Outlet?
It's not within Tanger Outlet, it's not in one of the storefronts.
Right. She's on there.
She's not leasing a storefront, she's putting a cart there. That's not in.
No different than when I put one down there.
It'd be like if I leased Irving's lot where the Exxon used to be. I'm not in Irving,
Right.
I'm on their property.
Well, kind of like the one that used to do Home Depot.
Well, remember the hot
Same
dog
thing.
cart that used to be Tanger?
Yep.
That had the hawkers and peddlers license?
Yep.
Self-contained unit.
There's a guy in the parking lot up here by Lake Winnisquam's got a barbecue and smoker thing out in the parking lot.
By the Shalimar.
Yeah, I just noticed it today. I didn't stop and see if he was licensed or any of that stuff, but that's the kind of thing, that guy is certainly not part of the store, even though it's on the store property.
No, there's 2 questions to find out.
But if they're within the farmer's market, they're okay, once a week.
Seems like farmer's market, it should be a separate entity altogether.
It
I'm not
is.
sure how that works.
It
but-
is, it's excluded in the hawkers and peddlers.
Because of agriculture, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
Not
let's not
entirely.
go there.
loosely.
But do they know that the other vendor came in to get an application?
Yeah.
Al's checking out, okay.
And then Julie's,
Yep.
Julie's 30.
We've had in the past
He's a very nice fellow.
hot dogs and sausages at the farmer's market at Tanger. All contained units.
Right, 'cause it was all part of the
Farmer's market, right.
He pays a fee to be there for the farmer's market, does he not?
So we're going to have all contained units there this year.
But it's kind of like on an agricultural thing because
Correct.
it's a farmer's market. Now, does this guy make his own sausages? Yeah. Sometimes these farms do,
Sometimes, yeah.
yeah.
They had a French fry wagon there one day, and I don't think they're growing their own potatoes, so, I mean, the issue's moot. It's in the farmer's market, right? No.
Well, I know on the
These were in
island,
brown bags and frozen solid, because I was looking.
for the Island Concert Series, the food vendor there is the church, but the church helps put on that function, like they get the tables and chairs, and
Right.
they're part of putting on the Island Concert Series.
Now, is that, because the selectmen used to go there
They
and
profit
work the,
from
tables.
that.
But they do their kitchen, their food kitchen.
I know what they do with it. I understand what they do with it, but they're not part of the Island series. They,
They technically should be having a hawkers and peddlers.
Yep.
Although,
technically not, because it's a nonprofit organization.
I don't know, are they exempt
Church?
under the hawkers and
Yeah,
peddlers?
they have a charitable exemption.
But under hawkers and peddlers, is there an exemption for that?
That's a good question. We should check on that.
Okay, let's move on.
All right. Here's my yellow list. Here we go. That was something that you did that. Joe's been sent,
With all due respect to the board, you're going to discuss the parking at Grange tonight, that's why I'm here. Is that on the agenda? I'm here.
I can tell you that, I can tell you that Mike Kimball from District 3 returned an email. I think I did it go? Did everybody get? So I have had one email success. We do not have to have updated driveway permit for the Grange because the use is continuing, hasn't changed. At this time, it's not necessary.
So yes, we are going to talk about that.
all right,
So, yep,
it is on my list.
okay.
No, that's okay. I was just trying to follow up old business. These are temporary signs that the board had approved last week, ran them by the chief. And so before we order permanent metal signs, I just wanted to make sure we knew where they were going. And Dennis had an opportunity to go up there today when Tom was there and see what's the best way to use these before we make the investment of, and just to make sure that these would work. Now, Dennis already has handicap signs in stock, so he's worked it out. We know where those are going, right? So we're all set there. Those are no problem. But I'm open to input. And then these are the flyers that can go in people's
Are
windows.
these going on the building or a post?
Is Dennis aware?
On the
of
building or a
requirement
post?
for
You said no.
For a handicap
It's not recommended.
parking space? And that the sign has to be located on a pole so many feet high?
On the building. It should be. as we
Yes, he does.
discussed.
Otherwise, not enforceable?
So we're agreed, it should be facing the property line, which now has 10 concrete bumpers.
So what you want to do is put posts facing the opposite, facing the property.
Post with that on it, a metal post with that, with a sign on it.
And they're gonna head into the other piece of property.
That's correct. That's how we maximize our parking. Otherwise, I certainly wouldn't want to be parking my car up against that building, and that snow's coming off of that roof.
So you're
Let
gonna put,
alone the fact that you can't maximize your parking that way.
so you can put the signs on poles along the boundary between,
Is someone gonna delineate the real boundary?
snap a line.
Quite frankly, I thought we had two posts. We have one down by Route 3, and we have one in the asphalt.
But they're not, if you look at the map, it goes here, up, and then over.
Whichever way it goes, I have been after getting this thing straightened out since last October.
I know,
And Dennis and I are done. But you get it delineated.
You cannot delineate it from the post that's there on
Get the guy that surveyed it to delineate it.
on the marker on the retaining wall, because it juts out. There's another marker that should be there. If you look at the map,
Who surveyed it for us?
your Kraus.
Krause. I think
Could he
I
not-
brought my boundary map.
Could he not give us a point from the drainage seems to be the beginning of the straight line across that parking lot?
No.
Long before the drainage. Long before the drainage.
There's a pin in the parking lot.
Yes.
By the Grange Road.
That's correct.
And then that line goes straight towards the drain.
Goes right past the drainage.
Yeah, but at some point near the drain, it goes in a
It
different
juts
angle.
off.
When it gets down to where the gravel finishes, it juts off.
Right.
Okay. But at any rate,
That's out of our,
yeah, nobody's going to be parking up by that drain.
But if you
So
can't,
we could get him to draw us that straight line, could we not?
my point is, you can't just snap a line because you can't use that point. It's not a straight mark to that point where,
No, but he can
The
give
post
us,
is.
he can give us the straight line.
yes, you should be able to.
Here's ours. This is ours. This is our recorded plan.
so, right, see how it juts in here
Right
and then
there.
it takes off, goes in, and then it comes out?
But looks like a straight line.
Yes, we got to find this pin right
This is the
here.
retaining wall, and there is a pin, because I was looking at it the other day. So we can snap a line, at least for the parking lot part. You can't park in there.
You know where that pin is?
Yeah, I was looking at it. It's right by the retaining
So we
wall.
could pull a line.
Sure you can. And then just paint it.
All due respect, did you actually see a marker, or did you see a
I
grid?
saw a steel pin in the ground. Now, is that the
That's
pin?
down below. That's the furthest marker.
Not the one down over the bank, but right there by the retaining wall, there was a pin in the ground.
So 2 pins there.
I only noticed the one,
Near the retaining wall.
near the retaining wall. I was only assuming that was the pin.
So if,
Oh, there it is.
I have never seen a pin near the retaining wall.
Don't worry about it.
I haven't either.
Don't worry about it.
And the surveyor told us the pin was
Under the wall.
that he tore down.
That's correct.
Right.
Well, that's interesting, because there is definitely something driven in the ground, not necessarily by the surveyor, though, right?
Good point.
That's my question. That's my question, because we cannot just drop a line here and say, oh, here's our mark, and then paint it, and then pull.
Seems to me with every,
There are 3 points on that property line.
That's correct.
And we take Krause to survey it. He can come out there and he can mark all 3 of those points again for us. We can then snap a line from point A to the middle point, and that's where we put our signs.
I agree with you.
and I would ask
That
him to
works.
paint that line, considering the situation we are with the property owner. I would be very comfortable if we had Krause come out and actually paint that line for us.
What should happen? This board should authorize me to get that parking lot paved. Not gonna cost this town anything. I already arranged for that last year, and we put it off. There seems to be some question about the amount of pavement that we can have on that lot, which I understand. Okay? If we don't do that, then Dennis should go up there and line that hard back, which he can do, and clearly set out the parking spaces. There'll be 10 parking spaces running down the right-hand side of our lot looking at it. There'll be 3 handicap spots in front, and then over to the left, right in front of where the flowers are, okay? There'll be a double spot there where a van can pull in, unload right at the, basically at the base of the ramp, and access the ramp. However, my point is that a wheelchair cannot make it through any of that. It's just too rough for a wheelchair to go through. It needs to be made.
Right.
We also feel, Dennis and I also feel, that the best access for us is the back door, which we need to have for deliveries. On the left side, on the left property line, where your 2 posts are, metal posts. Okay? Take out the one on the left, leave yourself 10 feet of driving space, and pave that all the way down to the air conditioner.
You're going to pave right across the top of a well.
Absolutely. What do you mean I can't do that? I can do anything I want. Why not?
Is that
News to me and
a
it's news to Dennis.
artesian or is that a dug?
It's a dog.
Artesian.
How deep?
268 feet of casing. Don't think you're gonna pollute that, and I don't think you're gonna cave the cover it either.
Well, we already
Quite
caved it in
frankly,
once.
For me, I'd put a structure over it with a metal top. Dennis and I talked about that. The only reason it caved in before is
It was old,
full cover. You went over with a backhoe.
right, and it was very old.
That's our suggestion. Maximizes your parking. That area way over to the left is only delivery, period. Delivery, period. And once a day, three times a week, we're gonna have CAP bringing meals in. They have to have access to the back door.
So they would pull in and then back out, or could they come around?
They would back in,
Oh, back in, okay.
and our preference would be that they don't back all the way. Depends on what they have for a truck. Now, my understanding is they have a straight box truck, like a bread truck, okay? Way to that, we'll go back to 30s. Anyway, we'll go back there. That'll leave us from the edge of pavement, 10-foot driving space. It'll give you 3.5 feet from one side of the pavement to the building, and it'll give you 4 feet from the left side of that pavement to the property line, as we laid it out today.
So what happens in the case of snow removal? If you pave that and use that as a access to the back?
What would you do for snow removal? They'll plow it straight in and then move it off to the left. All along that property line, moving it all over that property line. And as he said, if he needs to, take it out of there with the back. It's easy enough to scoop it out of there. Otherwise, if you're bringing deliveries in on the right, which then precludes a lot of the parking. Because of the fact that that handicap ramp sticks out into.
If we bring deliveries here, there's no parking.
Using for a thoroughfare.
Yeah.
But if you're
There is a
plowing though,
wellhead
wouldn't you
protection
just
radius.
plow straight back?
You'll wing it to the left.
Bring it up
Left
there.
beyond the building, beyond the carriage.
It'll go beyond, it'll go within that 4-foot unpaved area to the left.
Okay.
I suggest to you that more often than not, it'll have to be removed from that property. And he understands that. It's just inherent property, that's all. Just as the adjacent piece of property will have the same problem.
So when someone's driving in on the right to park, instead of pulling head in towards the building, their car is going to be
Right.
facing to the right.
That would allow
Oops,
us,
I'm sorry.
using the other area to get trucks in, that would allow us to take this big area, okay, that we're going to put 10 vehicles in, and plow that snow straight back.
Straight back.
Okay? Because you're coming approximately, I think it was 14 or 15 feet from the back to your last parking space. So that whole area can be filled up before it needs to be removed from that property. Now, parking that way, okay, you can see how it's easy to clear. If you park into the building, how are you going to get that snow away from that building?
Yeah, you're not.
Number one. Number two, you've got it coming off the roof. It's going to be icy. It was icy all last year. You're going to have people getting out. It's just a disaster waiting to happen.
Now, if they're facing that way, when they get out of their car, they're going to have to walk around to the front of the building.
That's correct.
So we'll have a plowed path there. So
Plowed
they,
path, the whole thing will be plowed.
The whole thing will be plowed.
The whole driveway will be
He does it now.
cleared.
yes.
He does it now. Right.
Front will be cleared.
So, okay.
So we'll have, in front of the ramp, off of Range Road, you'll have 3 handicap spots. Okay, they're all 8 foot wide, which is regulation. Then you've got the front door, And to the left of the front door, you'll have a hash mark area where a van would unload from its side. You'll have the handicap area right there, which is 25 feet there. And then you'll have the last 10 feet to be reserved for the beauty of this design, except in the wintertime, is that the manager, okay, of the cash manager would be able to either drive or back in straight to the back, parallel to the building. So she could park there and not. Exactly.
All right, so how many signs do you need?
Dennis knows.
10, okay. So the good thing is that the last meeting, the board modified our Town of Tilton traffic and parking regulations, which hopefully, if everything's okay, they'll sign tonight. So now it can be enforced. So it's just a matter of tomorrow, Dennis, just putting up the temporary signs, if you all agree, and then he can go ahead and order something more permanent. So if you could just tell us what you want to do.
Before we do the temporary signs, though, we've got to be able to delineate the line.
That's correct, yes. And Catherine's point is well taken. That line, number one, needs to be drawn in the sand. It needs to be painted on there.
By the surveyor, so there's no...
Well, he gives us the 2 points, and he says, go from point A to point B.
Dennis can do it.
Dennis will paint
No,
it.
I'd still, you know what?
Dennis is not going to take the responsibility to do it.
Oh, I see, wait a
Nor
minute.
would I expect him to.
Just have he's going to be there, have him paint the line. It's an easy thing to do. He can paint that line. It takes it out of our hands.
Do they have the equipment to do it?
Yeah.
He has just a spray. Just got to...
Dennis, no, but the surveyor will.
The rest was inside the senior
Once
center,
that
'cause I
line
brought
is
it.
there, you'll move those signs back towards the building so that the overhang doesn't go on the property.
What if, I'm going to give you a, for instance, what if Mr. Kraus, what if Chip goes out there and gets out there and wants to paint the lines and finds that the cement wheel chalk things that are placed out there are obstructing the line? Then what? Are we expecting him to move them? Those are heavy things.
I know, I was going to say that we should coordinate with him when he's going to be there to do that. We should have Dennis's crew there, and I think the Board of Selectmen should be there as well. So that there's no problems from the property owner, the abutter, and then it's smooth sailing for Mr. Yerkes.
You can go from point A to point B without coming with those concrete weapons. It's fine. Casper is well taken. If they're in the way, then...
I think you're going to find that there's 2 of them in the way.
My tractor's real close with a bucket, we can move them.
Pardon me?
My tractor's real close.
I've got a 2-wheeler.
Okay, so the first step would be, you want me to contact Krause and have him coordinate with Dennis and the board to go out there and identify the line.
I think we should make that a vote when Sandy comes back.
And then have Dennis paint it.
No, have
No.
the surveyor paint it.
Surveyor paint it.
He'll paint it that day.
That way it removes the,
Okay.
There's no doubt, the surveyor painted
there's
it.
absolutely no doubt where the line is.
He's a licensed surveyor.
All right. And then
Be real hard to challenge.
the next thing is have Dennis put up the signs or pave it.
You tell me.
Well, I think we need the signs up so we can start enforcing.
I think we need the signs up. However, I really am in favor of paving it. I don't know what other people feel.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we get the line painted? Let's get the survey up there, let's get the line painted, let's get the signs ordered, and go from there next Thursday. Hopefully. Makes sense?
You can notice that when you, whatever time and day you can get Yerkes there. Krause.
Yeah.
Yerkes is the other one, Krause.
Yep.
Just notice it as a selectmen's meeting.
Okay.
Then we could make a decision right then and there as we're standing there about paving.
All right. And so Dennis will go ahead and order those metal signs. Now, do you want one in each spot? Yeah.
You're not going to have any in the front?
It's handicap in the front.
He's already
Well,
got those.
but if you,
Oh, you having these in the front too? So how are they gonna know that it's not senior center in the front? Well,
no.
human nature.
Handicapped to be parking there anyway.
All right, I'm handicapped. What if
Then
I
put it underneath
join?
the handicap sign, but if they come to tow a car and the guy says, well, I didn't know I couldn't park here.
There's signs here, but there aren't signs here.
Right. You gotta have it
And
posted.
the attorney was quite clear.
We'll get one more then.
He was very clear.
There's 4 handicaps in the front?
3 plus the bands.
Okay.
All right.
And then we can start passing these out.
One for the front too, but these we can use for now. I don't know how long it takes Dennis to order them.
Yeah, you
These are
can
going to
just,
go on posts, right?
We're gonna go on post, but there's not much sense in putting posts unless you got the line. So what I just said.
Oh, no, I know, I understand that. I understand. I
You
understand.
can coordinate that all up by next Thursday, you can do it all.
Okay.
Just please notify me when it's gonna be done.
Yep.
These are not going out yet, correct?
Oh, no, those, no, once you sign
No.
your ordinance, you can go ahead and do those.
Well, we haven't done this.
gotta
And
put
Dan
those up.
Crean was
We're not
pretty
towing
clear that...
anybody away, though, either. We're
You're
just
just
giving them
letting them
notice.
know that they shouldn't be
This is
parking.
just-
Oh, so that's like a warning, we're not going to follow
That's
through?
very nice. Please cooperate.
Well, it just had, this will be subject to fines and towing, so we're just going to, this
Warn
is
them.
like a pre-warning.
Right.
Okay.
Turn me along.
Of
So,
what's to come.
do you want to, do you have a copy of this? And then we can give these to the, up there for the people that man Monday and Wednesday?
I have my template.
Okay.
Those in the office back.
I just figured if they could,
Maybe. Those in the office.
just have to cut them. And I have different colors, so we can, if we run- I'm sorry, that's number 130.
We have a paper cutter downstairs.
Cut them.
We'll do it before we leave.
Most of them are cut. To borrow an expression from my husband, you ungrateful wretch.
When I get my physical, you won't say that.
I got a permit, I'm gonna that back.
All right, which brings us to the parking ordinance. Chief, did you have an opportunity to review the traffic ordinance? I sent it out, and all the amendments, the prior amendments that we've made are in here now. I put a new footer on. This is going to replace the other one. This is the one that's going to go on the website and will be handed out to people. And I just got the things to line up.
Better, yeah.
I have an issue with something that's in there.
That's why we're here to change it. I went by what we
Is that the
had-
chapter 200 we're replacing?
Well, Chief, you said that the things that were in chapter 200 have been incorporated.
No, they haven't. They have not.
There's some stuff there that,
On page 9 of 10,
like the
On page 9 of
skateboarding
10.
and some of that stuff, Joyce.
you say merchant business owners or
Okay,
employees.
Bobby needs to finish his answering the question.
I
'cause
didn't
we-
even hear you, he was talking.
Yeah, we keep going, oh, there's my Huckers and Feathers.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, oh! Tom Gallant, Upcountry Builders.
Yeah.
You're the installer of our marvelous roof. Have you been contacted about our leak?
Where?
In the roof.
Yeah.
Yep.
Would you ask Upcountry Builders to stop by and investigate?
How many years ago was that?
I don't know.
15?
Yeah.
They want to see what needs to be done to fix it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll get there. I'll stop in.
It fills this back closet up that there, fills up with water.
They signed up that hatch yet?
The hatch is down.
That thing was open for weeks.
Yeah.
No, the hatch was, I know, the hatch was shut.
Oh, no, it's
There's a
shut.
suspicion that it may be leaking around one of the,
Tell you what, I will stop in
I just
on a
said
rainy day.
of the sign.
Saturday?
I'll be there.
Thank you, sir.
Okay?
Oh, boy.
This problem. See you later.
We're not going there.
That's my,
Oh, you walking them out? Is that what's happening?
The boys.
Okay. Hey, that was a great movie. I watched it. Did you watch that on the
Yeah,
series?
My aunt
read a
is a
lot of-
Hatfield.
I read a lot about it.
They had three days of a series.
I watched parts of it.
I watched the whole
And
thing. I
now
was
they're playing
mesmerized.
the songs already, so
Yeah, I think-
you missed part.
I was like,
We've left out parts of chapter 200.
Yeah.
What about the rest of 200?
I mean, there's some things in 200 that weren't in this. Well, there's been a town ordinance against those anyway. So I think if you
Okay.
have this in place and just note that, all other ordinances or offenses in section 200 shall remain in effect.
Are there any that are in conflict?
We went through both of them together, Owen and I, and the only thing that is in conflict is the hours. It says 24-hour parking. I can go sit down with you and show you the conflict. We can highlight it to take it out. Other than that, everything else
I
is
take it
there.
out in 200. Right, and then they could just re-adopt 200,
Right.
which would be nice, because it'd be nice to retype that and get that.
So, I think I have a copy of 200 with me.
I think Catherine Dawson will.
Come on, I handed out copies last week.
Yeah, I'll mark it now.
I didn't get a copy of that.
Okay, and then
No, I
we'll
didn't either. Did you get copies of that? I didn't get one.
I didn't?
No?
What do
You
they
probably thought about doing it.
Yeah.
need? I changed my mind.
No, so what we'll
Oh, I don't know
do
about that.
is- This is what Chief suggested. He would go through,
Help me,
pull
Jesus.
out anything that was in conflict with this one, and then we'll amend that one and re-adopt that one.
Yes, that's a good idea.
I do have a couple things to point out on this one, though.
These should be addendums to chapter 200 then, so that it's all one. See what I'm saying?
Well, we've never codified most municipalities have not codified all their ordinances. That's everyone's dream. to
Well,
have
this
that
is a
done.
good time to do our traffic one. We'll re-adopt this with its amendments, and then these others can be amendments to it.
Yeah, but this
So
wasn't-
amendments
this
are made
wasn't
to the
adopted
amendment?
as an amendment. This was adopted
To the document?
for the downtown park.
Copy of this, too?
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
Yeah, the,
Why can't we just make it one big one big ordinance? As opposed to addendums, and that's what we're trying to avoid, isn't it?
fines
I
change.
do have a couple of things under snow removal.
Well, I was looking
Item
at
2,
speed
letter
limit.
B,
I don't know what we...
Letter
their
B.
notifications. Notification of the community access channel and requesting
Those
broadcast.
types of things.
We are not members of the access channel, although apparently we were at the time of the
Yeah,
original
we were
passage.
at the time.
Yeah, the penalties definitely
So,
change.
I don't know if we want to leave that in there, but I have, the community access channel has a new business model going forward, starting in January, and we may or may not want to become a part of that on some level. It's a different thing than what we have going on today.
Witnessing.
But currently, we're not a member of the community access channel.
Well, what troubles me is it says broadcasting of the band shall be in the following manner. We've never done this since I've been here. We just put
What
up
page are
signs
you
the day
on?
before. Page 8.
Doesn't even say anything about signs.
He does, he puts out signs.
No, I know he does. And the last thing is the very final page. Apparently, Selectman Plessner is very important because she's got 2 signature lines.
Oh, my word!
However, Selectman Jessamine has none. I feel like
Oh, we gotta do
old Mother
that.
Hubbard's children or a dog or whatever.
If you had told me this after I sent it, then I
I knew I was going to see you tonight, Joyce.
So did this snow removal
that
come
was-
straight from our winter maintenance policy?
you'll have to ask the chief. He's the one that put this whole thing together. And we worked on this from,
Can I bring up my thing?
yes, I know what it is.
Go ahead, what is it?
Well, because I had a question about that, because it's the number 8, parking in municipal lot I.
Nope. Page 9 of 10. Merchants, business owners, or employees may purchase Town of Tilton parking placards. They can also purchase stickers. It's not just placards.
Yeah,
One of the things says
but-
sticker.
Yeah?
In the park, up above it says you could purchase a sticker.
And it says, for a period of time exceeding posted hour limits.
Right. These placards will be placed on the lower left corner of the dashboard. These placards must not block or easily visible at times. This is incorrect information.
So
The
the
merchant or
owners,
business-
employees can purchase a sticker as well.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right,
Well, there you go.
Yeah, the placard hangs from the rearview mirror.
right. The placard goes in the rearview mirror.
Right,
Well, we never caught this on the first round.
right.
I caught it.
Okay, so merchants, business owners, or employees may purchase Town of Tilton
Parking stickers / placards for municipal parking lots for a period of time, everything else is fine. And then these placards / stickers will be placed in the lower left. The placards will be placed in, the stickers will be placed in the lower left corner of the dashboard. No. The placards will be placed on the rear view mirror. The stickers will be placed on wherever, on the lower left corner of the rear window, just like everybody else. Must not be blocked, the placards / stickers must not be blocked and easily visible at all times. And then the rest is okay. Well, except parking placards, it's placards / stickers.
Okay, but can't the placards go where the sticker would be on your dashboard? They have to be hanging?
They're hanging.
They're hanging.
They come with the thing on them, so
Yeah.
that they can hang right.
Right.
over there. That way, because,
That's the purpose of the placard, is to hang it so that you could have it individual employees. We have a couple of merchants that give them to different individuals. One comes in and they take another shift and another one goes out, so they use that placard, to that same placard.
we designed them that way. That way, if the guys
Right.
look and there's no sticker on it, they better see a placard hanging down.
Right.
Okay, right, because number 1 is referring to residents, number 2 is referring to merchants.
Correct.
Right.
Merchants that have the...
Right, and they also have stickers, so, all right,
We can do that, so that's page 9.
page 9, right,
Those are just scriveners.
right.
So back to
Exactly.
page 8, the notification methods listed in page 8 is not our current method of notification.
Where's
Our
page 8?
current method of notification, which is placing signs in the area that the snow parking ban during the following hours is not listed down here.
Let me read to you what the parking ban is. This is our Town of Tilton Winter Maintenance Policy and Procedure Manual. Parking bans along Main Street and within the municipal parking lots are generally posted in anticipation of final cleanup operations previously mentioned in paragraph 1 above. To ensure complete enforcement of the parking ban, the Tilton Department of Public Works Director shall contact the Tilton Police Department and request the presence of at least one officer during cleanup operations. Vehicles in violation of the parking ban may be towed at the discretion of the officer present at the owner's expense. So there's no specific dates or times when the sign goes
There's
up.
this new ordinance that we're looking at,
Yeah.
page 8, snow removal, number 2, A, B, and C, list very specific methods of
Right.
notifying people, none of which are what we're currently using. That
right.
was my concern. We could either add the posting of signs, or like the community access TV channel. We're not currently members of that. We may or may not be in the future,
No.
but it doesn't apply right now, certainly.
Where
put
did
it on
A, B, and C
Channel
come
9.
from?
Huh?
Put it on Channel 9.
We could, but it doesn't say that.
But
It
it's
says
not-
community access.
This is not part of our Winter Maintenance Policy and Procedure Manual. I just read it to you.
Right.
It's,
Do you know where that came from, Chief?
Well, at the time,
This is how we used to do
Was
it.
it in 200?
Well, it's just how all PDs did it for years, so, but I see what Joe's saying, if we're not using the community access channel.
Right.
We have to have it coordinated with the winter maintenance policy.
Right.
Has to be.
Okay, in accordance with the Highway Department may authorize snow removal parking ban in accordance with the, what she just read.
There you go, that would work.
Yeah.
That would work. I just wondered how this stacked up with that. I read that, I understand that, but that's not what this says.
Right, well, we'll just make it to where it coordinates with the
That
winter.
always
That's the
supersedes
winter
this.
maintenance,
This
town
is just
Tilton
general
winter
language.
policy.
Right,
For the parking
get
ban.
rid of the other. We're not going to be broadcasting.
Right.
Actually, you know, you can call WMUR and how they
Good.
float things
I
across the
think it's
bottom.
important when people.
You could become part of
Well,
that.
it already says that, local radio stations and television. There's something very specific about the community access channel.
Well,
So,
you could do it
again-
on,
Yeah, no-
what is it, 94.1 out of Franklin, too. There's a radio station.
That's covered in A.
Yeah.
But B says we contact the community access channel.
Well, we need to change that. When
Yeah,
this was
absolutely.
written, we belonged. Now we don't.
And we don't have any
in one of-
town-owned radio frequencies, other than our police radios.
Well, that would cover those. Because you would announce over the radio system, there's a parking ban downtown, okay. But I could see the first A and C.
We can put it on the website.
The placing of
You
signs.
can do, the signs go out. He always gives them 24 hours warning. By putting his signs out, you know, the day before he's going to do anything.
We don't have any town-owned radio frequencies.
No.
You don't have radios in the cars?
Yeah. They could go down the street, attention.
Well, they did it one night when we were moving the cars.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I could see that being left in. I could see the local radio and television stations, but B should be removed.
It should be
Did
my
you,
shoppers.
Catherine, how long is the paragraph on the snow removal in the town's winter maintenance policy? Or should
Well,
we just
there's a
reference
lot
the
of,
whole policy?
there's a, you know, there's 3 pages basically of dialogue. And as I was just discussing with the chief, what we should do is add the notification part to the winter maintenance policy, which I can do. And leave out B, like Joe said, community access channel, and put website. Number 2, change it to the highway director may authorize a snow removal parking ban. Broadcasting of the ban may be in one or more of the following.
There you go. Can we add posting of
Manners.
signs?
The Public Works.
Yeah, we'll change it to TDPW director.
So leave
And then,
website.
A should be the signs, the method that's described in here, which is he puts the signs up, and doesn't he put them up 24 hours in advance?
Yes.
Yes.
He do.
And then B can be the website, and do we want them over radio stations? Do we want to pay to broadcast it?
Well, town-owned radio frequencies would be the police.
Yeah. Does the fire department pick up on that?
Can do that.
Yeah, and MUR. will
Okay, so
post
we'll
it
leave
for
C
free.
in.
MUR would post that kind of stuff for free. It can't hurt.
So we're
Right.
just taking out the broadcast, the TV.
Yeah, and putting website, town website.
Well, you can
Instead.
change community access to WMUR. You can call there and you get on the list, that little line that runs across the bottom of the screen.
We'll leave notification of local radio stations and televisions as an option, so actually
Yeah.
we'd have E, we'd have 4, because we'll add the signs, okay.
And if we ever become community access members, we can always add it.
A, B, C, D, I'm sorry.
A, B, C, and D, okay.
I was looking at something else when I said that.
So
Okay.
if I make these changes and leave this document for you to sign, you can sign it and we can distribute it.
I have another question, and this is probably legalese double talk, but I gotta ask anyway. Under snow removal, number 6, read along with me if you will. Violators of the provision of this section shall be guilty of a violation if a natural person, comma, or guilty of a misdemeanor if any other person. Now, that implies natural and unnatural. So if I'm an unnatural person, that means I'm guilty of a misdemeanor. What? How can you be a natural person or another person in addition to that? Is that legalese?
Actually, it is. There's some foreign visitors that it can be exempt from this.
Diplomats,
Diplomats.
as a for instance.
Oh,
who
is
can
that
park
why it's
willy-nilly.
Oh, my word.
So if the United Nations come to town, look out. All right,
Actually,
okay.
can't even arrest them for DWI.
No.
That is funny, okay.
I happened to notice that while I was reading it.
So I'll make that change so we can adopt it for next Thursday night. No, I meant for the winter
No.
maintenance policy.
Well, we need that. I know, I'd like to see it in writing.
She's gonna do it and put it downstairs, and you can read over it before you sign it.
This is fine, but I
Yeah.
mean, the winter maintenance policy can wait until Thursday, right?
Yeah.
Changes to this can wait until Thursday.
Oh, we're not making changes to that.
Yeah, we are.
Right.
Yeah, we are,
We're
that's,
making changes to that.
that's what she was just saying.
Add
Oh, I'm
this
sorry.
to this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then we
I
make
thought it was
one.
the other
You're
way
going to make
around.
changes, no, you're going to make the changes on
this,
this.
okay.
But so that they're the same, I'm going to add them to the winter maintenance policy, because theoretically, that's where they came from. So they need to be in there to have, you see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So
I'm
that
sorry, I was confusing you.
Yeah, I thought you were going to take that and make that language identical here.
No.
No, I'm going to add it to the winter maintenance policy so that they
All right, so
coincide with
the
one
Tilton
another.
Director of Public Works may authorize a snow removal parking ban, and broadcasting the ban may be in the following manner.
In one or more of the following
One or
manners.
more. Okay, the notification of local radio stations and television, signs, website, and broadcasting over town radio frequencies.
I have a question. Why does the traffic and parking go in, it's going under to snow removal? Why wouldn't the snow removal go into the traffic and parking ordinance? You want to put
Almost, it was,
this under snow removal as opposed to put snow removal under this. That, I think that's what he said. I
well,
think.
all towns were advised to have a winter maintenance policy and procedure manual.
Yep.
Okay? So theoretically, this snow removal policy would have been taken from this one.
Oh, you're just talking about the snow removal part.
Exactly.
Okay. I thought you were saying the whole thing
Exactly.
goes in there.
So what I'll do
All
is,
right.
when you make the
Okay.
changes to this,
You'll put it in that.
I'll put it in this.
Okay.
And we have plenty of time to, I'll do it for next Thursday, so we got it.
The only other thing that I have that's really critical, because I do want to get some things done tonight before I leave, because I won't be here tomorrow, is you're going to bring up Silver Lake Road, because I would like to get that in the mail.
Oh, yes, I am. Yeah.
And I did
It's
see
sitting
the
right
original,
there.
yeah.
And I handed out the part. Silver Lake Road's on my list.
Okay, that's the only other thing I need. So I'm going to take care of Krause and these changes.
Okay.
Or tomorrow, because I won't be here.
Does anybody have Joe's number? I'm just worried about Tracy. We haven't heard from Joe, from Al.
Send him a text.
So,
Yep, I'll do that right now.
Pat, the only other thing I had was the Silver Lake Road application that Joe will present, and the board could sign that tonight. I can get that off. I already called Mr. Thompson.
Okay, so we still have to,
Don Carlson to do that.
Yeah.
Failed, how come?
So, I guess that means we're ready to start our selectmen reports.
Yep.
So he can go over the, Joe can go over the Silver Lake.
How are you doing with
All right,
the
are we ready for that?
appointment?
Okay.
You can wait. We're going to take,
Okay. I
we
handed
get
out...
time, I think.
Ready? Okay.
Well, we can start, should be over in a second.
No, let's just wait. Let's hang. I'm going nowhere fast.
Well, just one of the reasons this is so late is because I was waiting for traffic counts. I had everything except traffic counts. So when I emailed Mike and said, Mike, where's the traffic counts? He said, oh, I sent those to you. And I said, no, you didn't. So I went back, so he resent it, and I looked at it. And so I went back and looked at all my emails, and what was confusing is because he had sent me a number of emails with attachments. The language in the body of the email that was referring to traffic counts said turning counts. It didn't say traffic counts. So I never bothered to open those attachments because I thought, oh, no, I already have all those, which was all the crash data and the turning counts. So it was confusing, but we squared it away. And
Good.
so this is the, did you hand them out?
I handed out the individual sheets. They haven't
Okay.
seen that right there.
Before Joe starts, did you find out anything?
Yeah, Tracy's okay.
She's okay?
The Megan is having a CAT scan.
Megan is? Okay,
The baby?
having a CAT
The
scan.
baby was in the car?
Just to make sure, yeah.
So Tracy's okay. And considering the baby was
Yeah.
locked up tight in his little seat, should be fine. Think positive.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hopefully it was just a little fender bender, and hopefully it wasn't. Damn. Where did this happen?
Route 140 and 106 stopped at the lights. Somebody rear-ended him.
Coming down the hill?
Right
She
at the
was
big
stopped at the
intersection of
lights?
104.
Yeah, and somebody was coming over the bridge or whatever. I've had cars go squirrely behind me. Not looking. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, are we ready?
Car's pretty damaged.
Okay,
All right.
Okay, then. You have before you the road safety audit application to the Department of Transportation. As you may recall, we went out with the chief and guys from DOT, and at the request of several residents, and a guy from Belmont wrote in as well that travels the road all the time, concerned about the safety aspects of it and traffic accidents that have happened over the years, the increasing traffic on Route 3 and so forth. And we applied to verbally at that time to have a safety audit done to see if there was any basis to go forward with improvements to this intersection. We've completed finally the various things that we needed to get squared away, and we're now ready to apply officially for the safety audit. And the state will then look at the traffic accidents and the configuration of the intersection and the traffic counts, and decide where, if anywhere, we get on their 10-year plan of improvements for improving that road. It may or may not, therefore, consist of a traffic light or a passing lane on Route 3 headed toward Tilton, and straightening out Silver Lake Road so that it's a 90-degree flush with the Route 3, it depends, but we need to sign the application as a Board of Selectmen for it to proceed from this point. So Joyce has the application to sign, and I would like to make a motion that we sign the application to submit to the road safety audit to the Department of Transportation.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any comments?
A couple of corrections. Number 9, it says year-round computer. It's year-round commuter.
That's on yours, not on this one. Not on the one I passed out. Oh, yeah, it does.
Yeah. And then I've got morning and afternoons, and I have AM and PM.
Computer traffic.
So I'll delete the AM and PM. And then where it says using Silver Lake Road to bypass traffic congestion, should be a small b.
There was 1,420 vehicles southbound from 6:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. on November 16th, 2011.
What is it in July?
Can you imagine this is November 16th in the winter?
I live there.
1,420 vehicles.
Do you know how many times I want to go to Laconia and I take a right and go down and turn around someplace?
I do that. I pull out to the right, swing into Lucky Lenny's, and turn around and go back the other way.
I do too.
Done that.
I do too.
Well, I would like to move forward with the application so that we can get it underway.
Unbelievable.
Have residents calling me on an extremely regular basis about this issue.
One thing I want to check with Catherine Dot, number 4, I put any improvement plans, including staging, scoping, design, construction for this location. Wasn't there, when they did the Silver Lake Road reconstruction project, didn't they look at that intersection at that time?
The state of New Hampshire looked at realigning the intersection so it was more perpendicular, but they would have had to have purchased land from the nursery. That, let's just say that negotiation fell through, so there was no realignment.
All right, so do you want to leave that statement in there, that there was some, back when the road was being...
There were no one, well,
Describe any...
Scoping.
there really wasn't any, describe any improvement plans, including stage, scoping design. There was a design.
There was talk, but it was only talk.
It was only plans for this location. But the statement, New Hampshire DOT Silver Lake Road reconstruction completed as part of Lockmere Sewer Project, seems to indicate that there was something constructive done.
Well, that's why I bring that up.
Yeah.
I mean, did we
No, when
wanna
I read it, I
mention-
thought that myself.
All they did was pave the road.
They paved the road and they made it so you could not ingress and egress the parking lot alongside,
Smoke and barley.
I think it was.
They put up a
Mohawk.
berm
They
of
put
sorts. Granite
wherever you
curb.
want. Before, you could come out anywhere along that Silver Lake roadside. Now they have defined the actual ingress and egress.
All right, so,
With sidewalk and curbing.
all right, so paved
Not on Route 3.
road surface, installed sidewalk.
You know, in parentheses, you could put no improvement to intersection.
Yeah.
But no improvements were made to the intersection.
That's right.
And leave the other stuff out. I mean, Mark Morrell's going to know, I mean, he's being copied on this, but I didn't want to not say we did work on Silver Lake Road if when we're saying we're doing the intersection.
Yeah, it was, is it Bob Berry?
And
In the beginning, I think.
2008, is that a good year to say? When they
Yeah.
did the work?
I think that's when it was completed, wasn't it?
Yes, I believe so.
All right, New Hampshire DOT Silver Lake Road reconstruction completed as part of Lockmere Sewer Project, but no improvements were made to intersection.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. name of that condominium build-out is Winnisquam Shores.
Okay.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any other questions or concerns? All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Which one do you want to sign?
I'm sorry?
Which one do we sign?
Well, why don't you
Joyce
sign
has it.
this one, because it won't affect these changes after. I can keep them all on the same pages. And I want to thank, when I send the copy to Lake Region Planning Commission, I want to thank Kim Cooley and Mike for putting together.
Absolutely.
The folder that I gave you.
You didn't actually give me the folder.
I didn't, all the crash data the police department put together. For the last 5 years.
Outstanding. I have in conjunction with this, I have a tentative meeting set up with Mr. Burton from the Governor's Council, as well as a couple of those concerned residents, to see where this is going and to show him what we've got, and so that he can advocate for it or not accordingly. But I think that the data will show that we need to have something considered over the next few years, certainly.
Joyce, this goes
Yeah,
with the
depending on
cap.
what they plan.
That was the cover letter to cap.
Oh,
So you need to put that with it.
yeah, that's really good that you did that.
And it will bring a job to Tilton. So if you know of anybody, it will bring a job. Anybody can apply.
She's going to send us something to put on our website.
I have that information. I have the requirements. You got to make the copy, though. Because I need it back.
I think it'd be good if it's somebody fairly local, so they're getting back and forth to the game. To the
I have a
senior
question
center.
on something in the to be signed folder. We have a permanent application for property tax credit exemptions.
Can we talk about that in non-pub?
I'm not going to say names. I'm just confused because it's not completely filled out, doesn't say granted or denied anywhere, and I thought we were talking about a deferral on this.
Both.
So,
That's what the cover letter said. I didn't even look for the
No.
check mark.
so should this not be in the to be signed folder because it's not ready to be signed yet?
No, part of it is. The elderly portion is.
But it's not completed.
Attached to that?
The top ones.
Right, but the form itself is not completed. Nobody's checked granted or denied? Nothing.
Which one are you looking at? Are you looking at the elderly?
Looking at
Yes.
the whole form.
Just the elderly portion. Right, so she made a recommendation to us to go ahead with it,
And I
because
didn't
she's
look
not
for
going to be
check.
here
Good
until the
catch.
13th. The issue is that this is we have to make a decision to go ahead with this because this was untimely.
I understand that, but the form's not completed.
I know what you're saying, that she's making a recommendation. She's not going to be here until the 13th to do that. Do you want to hold it up more to the 13th?
No, but
Lauren has seen all
Whoever
all this
contacted-
documentation.
Yes.
should have over the phone said,
She did it in an email, though.
I'm not going to sign a form that's not complete.
Catherine,
She's not going to be here, Catherine.
I'll show you. I scanned everything to Lauren. This was first Lauren's recommendation that I send her these applications. I sent her the elderly and the deferral. And then I talked to Lauren, I emailed and scanned everything to her and said, Thursday night, and this is her recommendation.
Okay. Now somebody needs to complete the form. Thank you, Catherine. That was very important.
you have a, I can do this.
Thank you.
You are so wonderful.
Stop it. Pick on me.
No, she's good, you can't.
Right, I totally...
They're picking on me. Moving right along. Next.
Elderly,
If I could, I would, but you're right.
and the amount for 2012
What's next?
is this amount.
Because we're going to deal with this in non-public, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Are you
2013,
done?
It goes to 120.
Oh, I have all sorts of things.
Go.
I assume Joyce was still working her magic there.
The 31st.
Correct.
Following documentation may be requested, which it was. Municipal notes,
Yeah,
should I say, see attached?
yeah.
Is that the only thing you have to do? You're done? Well, maybe.
Okay, here we go then. Apparently, we have received a grant for the WTA to do their work in the Ernie's Park.
WTA.
I don't know who it is. All right, the Tilton got it, and we're...
Town of Tilton.
There you go.
Yes, well, the Ernie's Park grant came in.
Yep.
There you go.
However, I keep driving by Ernie's, and it's still there. I was wondering exactly when we might expect for that place to be removed.
Didn't you hear her when she said earlier
Apparently not.
that Matt Leahy would get in touch with us as soon as the delegation is here?
It was somewhere else, or I
Yeah, we
left the
don't-
room a couple times.
We don't have a definitive date of when the money's in hand.
Right.
Okay,
We
then-
do know that on June 19th, myself, Tim, and Rick Silverberg are going to an all-day workshop in Chelmsford, Mass. I've printed out all the forms. They want us to go down there and fill out the forms with them. Then I'll bring all the forms back to the Board of Selectmen, and we're going to have to go through the same thing we went through with the Community Development Block Grant, where there's only one space. This is confidential, this can't be in the...
5 spaces or we don't sign it. The federal government ought to know that there's more than one Board of Selectmen. There's more than one selectman in a Board of Selectmen. The federal government ought to know that.
We'll just designate you to be the chief
You know what?
signer.
But there is a slew of forms that need to be, assurances, and you're not going to lobby, and you're going to follow the law, and
You mean we can't pester the
say your
feds?
prayers at night, and pay Davis-Bacon
Can't
wages.
pester the feds if we accept this money?
So you can authorize the chairman to sign the documents?
That would be the easy
or
out. I'd be
you can
glad to
all
make that motion.
sign them.
Yeah,
But
well,
I still have to designate the place for the chairman.
I'll make a motion to subrogate our authority to sign those documents to the chairman of the Board of Selectmen, Pat Constantino.
second.
Aye,
Aye.
no discussion.
So I'll have those
There's
Thursday
payback
on the
for that.
19th, if I'm back in time.
Yeah.
All those in favor of the motion?
Oh, we're way beyond that. Aye.
We already eyed it.
Abstain.
Now, they did
Abstain.
say that we can incur, this is the other reason why we're going all day. In fact, I should show you the agenda for that. We may be able to incur some expenses prior to receiving the money, and they'll still give us the money, they'll reimburse us. So
Make sure before we go forward, certainly.
I'm not in favor of spending money, incurring expenses before we get
Well,
paid.
they've got money. They've got money to spend, but if the thing was they couldn't spend it, but there was leverage for the grant, and so we didn't spend the
No,
money.
they're going, no, not technically, though. Aren't you going to go for a hardship on that?
we did, they granted us half of the hardship, and the other half we're making up in-kind services, which is why I want Rick to be there, because he has to know exactly what is allowable and what isn't allowable.
With their,
Account for that.
but with
Right.
their approval, we can start spending the money that we kept in reserve, or at least part of that money, toward ripping down that eyesore or whatever.
Any money kept in reserve.
Right.
Okay, well, all right, then, we just go forward. La, la, la.
But I'm saying that there may be a way that we can go ahead and at least commit the contracts, do all that before we...
Put out the RFPs, maybe?
Put out the RFPs.
Yeah, oh, that's wonderful. I'm looking forward to this.
Board of Selectmen has a lot to do. Let's hope it's not another Pine Street Bridge fiasco.
Oh,
But anything that doesn't
No
involve
engineer.
hazardous materials, so anything that's not...
not the one we had, anyway.
can be done. Volunteers are going to do that, and that labor is going to be towards the match.
I volunteer to bring the accelerant.
Lost here.
They were supposed to be putting...
Where's the 20,000?
That's what, they're getting a hardship on some of that.
No, what they had said was that, and I clarified this with Ken Norton, that the WRTA would get grants for the demolition.
I don't think
If they
that's in the
could-
written agreement.
If they couldn't, I'll pull that out. If they didn't get the grants, then they would commit up to $20,000.
That's right.
For the demolition.
Okay, yeah.
That's correct, I remember. And I assumed they had $20,000, but apparently
They
not.
do, but it's committed for other things.
So that means they had no $20,000 to rip down that building if we didn't get the grant. I don't want to go there.
Yeah.
We're getting the grant, it's coming up.
Yeah, we'll have to
talk
figure it
about
out
this
as we
again.
go.
We'll talk about this again.
We'll have a lot of work to do.
Yes. Okay, Pine Street
I'm
Bridge.
very excited it's happened.
I'm thrilled, I just want to get it done, that's all. I'm way anxious. The Pine Street Bridge. I go over to the Pine Street Bridge on a regular basis. I kind of feel at home there now. I check the caulking in between the thing. Is there any movement? Every time it rains real hard, I go and I look.
There already is a copy of it.
I'm wondering about, we have a little bit of erosion in a couple of places, water runoff. One of those areas is on Scambati property. And I haven't spoken with Mrs. Scambati. I haven't seen her to ask her, hey, how do you like the bridge? Or whatever. But I happened to notice while I was there that the landscaping, the grass, it's got to be the worst grass I ever saw laid down. I've mowed my grass half a dozen times this year. She didn't even have enough grass to mow.
They didn't grass.
They laid down a carpet, a green carpet thing that was supposed to sprout grass out.
They spread the,
Because the carpet's there.
yeah.
The
They
carpet's
spread the
there.
stuff.
The grass isn't growing, but I just thought I'd point that out in case it came up at a later date. And I was wondering when we might expect the wear coat to be laid down, but I should ask that to Dennis, probably.
Well, he's about to start working on some of that stuff now. Where, did any of the caulking or any of that crack or any...
Caulking is looking wonderful. None of the bridge abutments are moved. There is one big bolt nut thing that for the guardrail that isn't even finger tight. I can just spin it with my hand. So, but I assume that when they come there and I point it out, they'll tighten it down. Other than that, the bridge is looking pretty good. You know where the grass is really growing good? Across the street in the weeds. Oddly enough, just thought I'd point that out. Next thing on my list is the underground storage tank meeting that we're having next week. But one of my agenda items is the setting of fees for the surcharge. And we have fees in place. I think it's 2 cents for diesel and 5 cents for gasoline. Is that correct, Joyce? The surcharges for the UST is 2 cents, 5 cents?
Diesel and 5 cents gas.
That's right. And I was wondering how the Board of Selectmen feel about leaving those fees in place the way they are, or do they think they should be raised or lowered? Because I'm merely a representative here. Because I know it's going to come up, because I'm going to bring it up if nobody else does.
I'm in favor of leaving them as they are.
Leaving them?
Just for now, until we can prove that we're really losing a lot of money.
Well, I think I'm going to ask for a study of what ostensibly our current rate of usage and increases over the last 5 years. How much money will we have at the end of this tank's expected life, and is that enough to actually remove it?
That's correct.
Joyce, didn't you have some preliminary information
go
on
forward,
what a
everybody agrees
tank
same?
would cost? replacement tag.
Same,
Yes.
Until you find out more.
Joyce has information on replacement cost.
Oh, no, I understand that, but will the amount of money we're putting away now at our current usage come close to that? That's
Right.
my question.
Right, I'm just saying she has.
Yeah, I know. I know what it's supposed to cost, but in 15 years, it's just a guess, shot in the dark. Okay, same. The 132 ball field. I went and saw the ball field, and I would like to commend those individuals who went over there and diligently removed the huge pile of brush, which I know was a whole thing. And the moving, I assumed there was a tractor with a bucket on the front, Catherine, that day.
You're looking at the brush mover.
That's what I thought. And I appreciate the fact that you did that. It needed to be done, but nonetheless.
Did it for the kids.
That was a heck of a deal. And the field is mowed, stubbly and whatever, but it's mowed. The tarp, or the liner, is securely wrapped in a tarp with straps, ratchet straps. It still sits outside. That, of course, is an issue for the Parks Department, but I would think cutting that baby in half, seeing as we don't actually need to have one apparently at all, might make it easier to move around, but that's just a suggestion.
That was my vote.
But in conjunction with that, could you tell me when the next Parks Department meeting is?
Second Monday.
Second Monday, okay.
They have not told me where. Usually they meet in the
gazebo, right?
Riverfront Park if they
Yeah,
can.
all right. Riverside Park. I walked Riverside Park. Apparently, our summer maintenance guy has
Riverside.
started.
River.
Riverfront, sorry. And I wrote down Riverside Park, I don't know. But as far as
Where are you going?
the cleanliness of Belmont, isn't that where the park is? The area around the gazebo is actually neat trim, and the bricks were all clean, everything's good. There's a lot of issues over there in that park, and I know that our guy just started, but the one thing that stood out for me was the fact that all of the trash cans were full and mountained up on top full, where you couldn't even push them down anymore. And I was just wondering if Dennis empties those, or how does that work?
Well, you know what? When did you go over there?
Yesterday?
Yesterday was Wednesday. Tuesday, no, Monday was the holiday, correct?
Monday was the holiday.
Monday, there was a huge function over there.
Well, that may be where all this garbage came from. I don't know
I
when
don't know
they
whether
empty
they
it or who does
rented
it.
or not. There was just a huge function, lots of balloons, and, they had tablecloths, and it was...
Saturday, there was a, which day was it? I did the thing, there was a birthday party there.
There was no
was a
trash
birthday
on the
Well,
ground.
this was this week.
There was no trash on the ground. I mean, I'm not saying, I just wondered,
Tuesday,
there's no more room in the cans. But I just
Tuesday,
wondered,
there was quite a few handicapped people over there.
yeah. I didn't see
And they
any of
use it
that.
regularly.
Dennis empties the trash over
I
there.
think, well, maybe it's just the aftermath of that party. I
Yes,
just
Kathy?
wondered. And,
Yes, Dennis, that's what I just said, Dennis empties the trash, so,
okay.
but I believe
It may have been done
I
today.
believe he does it on a Wednesday when he does the Main Street down here.
Might have been after that he emptied them, I went early.
Yeah, we've tried, it would be great if he emptied them on Monday as well.
I think he does them the same day as what he does
Only two-
downtown.
There's a can at the gazebo, but there's only two around the park. And I guess that's an issue for the Parks Commission.
It's not been a problem, but the problem is what you see on the outside for trash. There's been a bag of trash because when the park commissioners are there, I know because I did it, there was a can that was full, so we empty them, we tie them up, and we put them in the utility room and put a new bag in. So that bag has been in there for number of days.
The one at the gazebo wasn't bad. Pavilion. The one
Right.
there wasn't bad, but the ones in the park, there was only 2 in the park that I could see, and they had like trash sitting on top, so I figured out it's just, it got blocked up in the hole. And I go to push down, and they were chock-a-block full.
That's
No
why-
garbage on the ground, thank you very much,
It really
people.
needs to be picked up on Monday, because you can find anywhere from 2 to 3 bags of trash in the utility room Monday morning.
Well, I think that, we have a couple, I think isn't there a wedding coming up there,
The
June, the 9th, right? Pat's wedding,
And then there's
daughter's
another
wedding.
event the day after.
And then, okay, and then we have something shortly after, 2 weeks after that, isn't there something coming up after that? I think we probably maybe get in touch with Dennis and give him the schedule that we have planned events.
Well, it isn't just the events. The park is heavily used during the
But he
weekend.
he may be going there on a Monday to do it, Catherine, and then it's filling up again by Wednesday.
That might be helpful.
That's
if
what
he
my
could look
point is.
Anyway.
So, he may,
Maybe. That could be.
there was quite a few people there.
That could be.
I mean, it was a holiday weekend, but there were, I know the party that you're talking about, because I know who the birthday party was on Saturday. But they, shortly after that, on Monday, there was another party. They didn't rent or anything, huh? So it was just,
Group got together to barbecue or
there was
something.
probably a small, I thought it was like 20 people or so or better. And then they had balloons and everything. I said, well, isn't that fun? People are enjoying it.
And I love it.
Yep.
Walking around inside the park,
There's some in there Catherine hasn't signed.
Okay.
walking around inside the park, looking at future needs and stuff, there were several things, but it led me to be thinking about, I was wondering if we have the proper equipment already for that. Things like edgers for the pathways and rakes and pruners. The trees, at a certain point, you can't hardly walk.
We don't prune the trees. That's done by the arborist.
Yeah, well, they definitely need some pruning, but that's another issue. I was just curious. And I was wondering if the part-time guy also works Buffalo Park.
He will.
Okay.
Right now, we have him concentrating on
Yeah.
Riverfront because
Riverfront, certainly.
There's just a
Catching
lot
up.
of need. Yeah, there's a lot of need.
I was wondering also about the 2 little parks up here, whether they were Island Park or not, the one with the statue in it, and we leased that
Timetable
land.
Mabel.
Timetable Mabel. Are those Island Park?
Those are not Island
No,
Park.
those are
Who does the
Tilton.
maintenance there?
Dennis.
Dennis does the maintenance at those little
Yep.
parks as well. Okay, just a curiosity question.
Yep.
And my last parks thing was, there was some loose talk about transferring deed into the name of Tilton for Island Park. And I was wondering if that had been pursued.
Joyce is
Any level.
supposed to follow up on that.
And Glenn, too.
I think that's number 1,132 things to do.
Who's on that committee?
There is no committee, as far as I
I
know.
thought we appointed people to,
We just talked about it with the selectmen, that's all I heard.
Got the deed, and we just a matter of sitting down and finding out who their heirs are and talking with them. I mean, I
Oh.
know of 3 personally to go talk to, but we'd have to find out who all of them are.
Can we kind of make that a priority before the summer's over?
Okay, so, nextly, on Saturday, the 2nd of June, at 10 a.m., there's an airport open house over in Guilford. Now, the only reason that I bring this up is because it is our regional airport, and that affects ostensibly some individuals in Tilton. And one of our residents, Donna Hosmer, is on the board of directors for the airport authority, and is very, very active in making this an event that we can all take part in, and we've all been invited to go. And it's going to be an open house, and they'll show us the airport, and it's open to everybody. It's not just the selectmen, but I intend to go and show my support for for Donna and the airport in general. And besides which, I have questions. So any residents who might have questions about Laconia
Well,
Airport?
11 a.m. Airport,
10
Guilford.
a.m. it starts, but I think it goes like to 10 to 2 or something like that. At the
Airport.
airport in Guilford.
Is June 2nd?
It is.
What day of the week is that?
Saturday.
Yes, it is. And my last thing, no, really, is the recycle, it's not recycle committee, it's the fact-finding recycling thing that we've put together with the town of Northfield. Based on, our starting point is the study that was done prior to the town garage, and with an eyeball toward maybe combining our resources for a recycle center or whatever. Some places have had big luck with this. Meredith turns a profit. And they have an extensive facility. I was just wondering what the Board of Selectmen, I mean, where do you want to start? Or just, like, here's the report, and let's talk about this, and are there any issues that you think we could work on, and how do you want to go? Do you have a plan, or you want me to just talk and see what comes from this and report back? Because it's not going to be a one-day thing, certainly.
I think that if you use that report as a foundation, work towards a collaboration between the two towns to work together or to seek the most cost-effective way that we could work together on waste and recycling, waste reduction and recycling, then I think that it's going to be a win for both towns. That would be my personal goal as selectman, that you could work towards.
The first thing we're going to need to know is, I mean, my understanding, but I don't know, is they have really a complete recycling center.
They have a much better one than we do, and that'll be
Right.
part of, I'll have a complete report on the state of their recycling right now.
And then what more they could do.
Right.
And then if the two communities combine, I mean,
Right.
that report studied our population and projected
Yeah.
trash, so.
Yeah. Well, I know that from conversations with Selectman Shepherd in Northfield, that she's very anxious to see if we have some common ground that we can use to save a buck, protect the environment, and do the right thing by the residents of both towns.
Right.
So then I will just proceed accordingly, and we'll talk about the options and get some ideas and look at their center and talk about our center, and I'll come back and let you know. And that's going to be next Monday at 3 p.m. over at the town garage in Northfield.
Okay.
And that's all from Selectman What's-His-Name.
All right. All right. Catherine?
No, I'm good, we pretty well covered everything.
Wow.
Just one little topic, when we go into non-public, I'll bring it up.
Okay. I have a couple of items that I've been asked to talk about. One is that Bonnie Randall has asked for permission to have the book, which is coming out on, I know I was going to forget this, June 11th, the book about our town. Would like to have a copy here and out in the front corridor somewhere, and possibly have underneath it where they could get the books. I know Bryant and Lawrence are going to have it, George's, the bookstore's going to have it, the library's going to have them, you know, there's different places in town where they're going to have them available. It's just going to talk about, these are where it's available.
If there's no rule against it, I would be in favor of that.
Well, the only thing is, we've never done that, and the reason is because if you do it for one person, it's not municipal, it is private. It's a wonderful thing they did, but it's still a private entity, and we are advertising for them.
We do not have to do it for everybody.
Why not?
Why would we?
Because it's
This is a
called,
one-time
it's
permission.
called equity. It's treating everyone equal.
I don't think we have to treat everyone equal in this case.
I
really
think
don't.
that if you write a history of Tilton,
This is
then we can...
specifically a
then-
history of
Then
Tilton.
we'd be more than happy to treat them equally.
Absolutely.
So if somebody wrote a history of Northfield, we wouldn't let them promote it in
It's
the
not
town of
Tilton.
Tilton.
No,
If somebody wrote a history of Samberton,
It's not Tilton.
wait a minute.
no.
Well, it
Well,
was,
yeah, the
it
first
was
part would
Tilton.
be- The first part would
Let's
be,
back up. We
Yeah.
certainly would be in a history of
Yeah.
Samberton, we are.
yeah.
But you wouldn't promote that?
I'd have to look at the book, I guess.
I'd take it on an individual basis.
That would be my personal feeling.
I
How,
think that what
how
they've
many
done is
times,
absolutely phenomenal. I know it was a lot of hard work for them. They put a
Right.
lot of diligence in it, but I would have to say no.
Yeah, I think our residents would want to know. It's an informational thing. Our residents would want to know
Well,
where
why-
they can get a copy, I believe.
Could we at least have one displayed out there? They can look at it, and if they ask one of the ladies, oh gee, are these for sale? They could say, yes.
I think if we all knew how to get in touch with those people, we could pass on that information,
Right.
but I would not outwardly advertise it on the counter.
Well, you're going to put a book out there for people to see?
I mean, with a sign that says,
Oh, yeah, but I mean,
you
if
may
they
purchase these.
ask, if they ask,
Yep.
why couldn't you, see, yeah, I believe you can walk right across the street.
I think the town should buy one
Yeah.
and have it out there
Right,
for people to look through.
right.
If somebody should happen to ask, where did you get this?
Brian and Lawrence.
Courtesy of passing on some information.
and
I think you,
No, wait a minute. It just dawns on me that you're saying we should buy this book.
Yes.
Now, why shouldn't we buy every book that's made then? Isn't that the same thing you just said?
no, I think
Yeah,
the
I
history of
think
the...
it is.
I suggested years ago we buy a copy of Runnels, History of Samberton.
I think that would be a great idea.
Because we've
I would vote
referenced
for
it
that.
a million times, so a history of Tilton is something you might reference.
Don't we
Absolutely.
have a Runnels?
would they,
We
would,
don't have a
out
Runnels.
of
Mine were here for a while.
out of respect to the front office,
Mine were here for a while.
do you think that they would refer them to where they could, where the books would be available?
Might be a pain in the tax collector's debit ledger.
I don't know.
Her debit ledger, right?
Her ledger, that's
But I
right.
think it's a small gesture we could do.
Yeah.
Could we just, have it under their questions about the book, see Catherine?
Catherine loves to talk with the residents.
And then Catherine can
Oh,
hand,
there she is.
then Catherine can hand him a slip of paper that says they are available here.
I can't tell you, but there's a piece of paper right over there. It'll
Yes,
give you
that's
all the
that.
information you need to know.
I'm surprised it's not in the book.
Well, now, it could be. Check the front page.
I think we need to move on.
Yes, we do. We're getting started.
So
Talk about it.
I need to know what the answer is. I have to get back to this. Oh, you know what? You give her a call and give her the answer.
I don't think we have an answer, do we?
No, wait, do we need a consensus of the Board of Selectmen?
Well,
I say on an individual basis, I'm fine with it. I think once in a lifetime, and once in my lifetime, people are going to write about the history of Tilton. I don't think it's going to come up that often, but
yeah,
to me, that's my own personal,
it's history.
it's history about our town, and you know what? I don't have any relatives in it, but I'm sure that there are a lot of people sitting here that may.
My house is in there. Is it really? Yep,
I would say yes.
I would say yes.
I would say no.
I would say yes.
There you go.
3-1.
Okay,
Let's go.
Okay,
move on.
the other, where's my agenda that I scribbled all over? All right, I had an interesting quirk today when I was talking with Sandy. We were looking at the planning board agenda online.
Oh, yeah.
So if I go to the planning board, if I Can I show it to you? We have these fancy computers now. So if I go to the town of Tilton, and I want to see the agenda, let's say, for a planning board, okay? Now, I know the planning board agenda is out, so I go down here to public notices and agendas, and I click on it, and I see that there's a lot of agendas for a lot of things, and it says planning board, June 12th. So if I click on that, after it finishes loading, it gives me the information that they meet the second Tuesday of the month and so on and so forth, but it doesn't give me an agenda. It says it's under public hearings and agenda.
And yet?
And yet, if you go under home on the town of Tilton, all I have is public notices and agendas. I don't have public hearings and agendas. I don't know where on here I can go in and see where the agenda is for that meeting schedules and agendas. If you click on it, I get the same thing that I got before, and it will tell me that it's the second Tuesday of the month, and they meet at 6:30 and so on and so forth.
Are all boards and committees submitting agendas? They're not required.
Recycle
Although the
committee has
planning
never had
board,
an
I believe-
agenda.
The planning board and the zoning board, I believe, is required.
Always, right. But it used to be...
The agenda's out for the planning board.
It used to be that when it was the calendar and it was marked in the block, if you clicked on that, it would bring the agenda up for that night, and you could see exactly what they were going to cover. But now, apparently, it's not doing that anymore. So you can't see the agenda.
Oh, wow. And so where's the calendar?
He did away with it.
What?
You go to land use, you go to planning board,
All right, hold on a minute.
go to land use on the left, the main menu,
I like the calendar.
Okay,
all right?
wait a minute.
This is town of Tilton land use.
Under
One
departments,
of those?
Go to departments.
yep, land use and tax maps,
We have two of these.
Okay,
yep,
now is this town of Tilton land use?
yep,
You see home, planning, zoning, conservation.
yep,
Click on planning. And you've got, at the top, it says town of Tilton planning board.
yep.
Click on agenda.
It says May 8th, 2012.
It does.
I like the calendar.
I did too. So anyway, we just
Zoning
need,
is reading April.
to get the agendas back on there, so, now, because,
That's important.
yeah, it is. A lot of people check that,
That's very important.
to see what's going to be talked about.
Good catch.
Yeah.
Well, we did because June 12th is Tuesday evening, and the issue with the Grange and next door is coming up.
I thought he wasn't going to be ready for
He's
June
ready.
12th.
That's how it came up. So that's why I wanted to make sure that we had that issue
And
cleared
has,
up.
Attorney Crean been notified?
Yes, did you notified him, right? Okay, then,
Are we going to meet with him before?
I think we should. Well, because we have the, he's done part of the work already, so I think we should.
Yeah, before we stick our feet in our mouths.
Are you okay with that? What time do you meet with the planning board?
We meet at 6:30.
So if we met at 5:30?
Yeah.
Can you still be comfortable getting back to the planning board in time?
Well, I was gonna say, where are we meeting?
Here.
Yeah, all we gotta do is
Would-
walk downstairs.
Okay, but I didn't know if you'd had, I didn't know if you had to be there ahead of time to do
Well,
it.
usually I get there, it's about 15, 20 minutes early, so
Okay.
that you can set up, and people start coming in early too, so.
Do you think we should meet with him ahead of time?
I don't, well, I mean, unless you have a lot you want to talk to him about it. Isn't it something, if you meet it with him at 5:30, a half hour?
The half hour would be
That's-
fine.
Yeah, I would say meet at
Well, my
6
question is,
o'clock.
do you feel we should meet with him? That's my question. I think we should, but
It certainly isn't going to hurt. He can give us some advice to think about, but unless we can get the whole board here.
well, that's what I'm asking for
Yeah.
right now. Joe, can you make it?
What
No,
time?
I'm talking about the planning board.
What time?
Well,
7 o'clock?
my question is it proper for the planning?
No,
is it
this would
proper
be
for the-
just with us, with
Right.
the attorney.
Is it proper for the planning board members?
No, they wouldn't, because they're making a decision on the
Right.
case.
Well, I have to make a decision too, so then I shouldn't really be up
But
there.
you're the ex officio, you're a selectman, you're in this capacity.
Yeah, but she's also a member of the planning
I'm
board.
a voting member of the board, and I shouldn't have any knowledge that the rest of the board wouldn't have. So if you want to meet with him, I'll just stay downstairs, because I really should not. Otherwise, I would have to go down and recuse myself.
So, to really be proper.
Yeah.
And we can ask Dan Crean that. I would ask Dan Crean that.
They're very strict.
Whatever, I understand that, but
She has to be completely impartial,
Yeah,
completely.
right.
They're going to question her impartiality anyway, just like they attempted to keep you and I from even attending. That was pretty funny.
I
I'm
was
sorry.
sitting there biting.
the last meeting that we had then, why, as a Board of Selectmen, then why were you there?
The last meeting that we had was concerning the issues that had come up and some of the things that we talked about. You also had Jane there. But now we're going right into a meeting downstairs.
The issue of the first meeting was for non-compliance issues
Yes.
that existed, and
Right.
we all existed, and they didn't deny existed.
Okay, I got you.
And
So-
like today,
All right,
This is actually planning our
Oh,
case.
okay.
we're on,
Joe, are you okay meeting ahead
12
of time?
at 6?
The 12th at
That's when,
5:30?
5:30? Yeah. Yep. Thank
Were
you.
you-
I'll be downstairs. If Dan Crean says it's all right.
It's all
I
right,
can
then
come up.
we'll
But
ask you to come up.
Otherwise, I would just soon not.
Would you ask Dan if he can meet with the board prior to the 6:30? Ask him if he can meet at 5:30?
June 12th,
Yes. Okay.
and up here,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
the planning board meeting begins at 6,
30.
begins at 6:30.
Okay.
Are you done?
I think I'm done. Mhm.
Okay. I only have one thing. I don't know if you're all aware, but Chief Brad Ober and Gus and I walked Main Street the other day, checking out all the 911 addresses, and we really have a mess.
I was gonna say, that must have been quite a puzzle.
But anyway, we took the maps and everything with us, and each one of the cards, cards for the properties, and marked what it should be, and kept the chronological order going down. And what we're ready to do now is Gus is in the process of putting all this together, on the map. And once that's done, then it can be sent to 911 for their verification and authorization for what we've come up with. It's my understanding, I wasn't around the last time, or if I was, I wasn't part of it, that generally speaking, for this to have any clout at all, the Board of Selectmen have to approve the letter that goes out, and you have your own little regulations or town ordinance concerning 911. So in order for us to send these letters out to the people downtown to say, this is your legal address for 911, you must change and use this, because right now what has happened is we have a couple buildings downtown that have 6 or 7 addresses on it. And it's none of those addresses. These are old addresses from way back when, and they never took them off the building. And this one had, say, 360, and the door next door said, well, he's 360, I must be 362. And it just right on down, whereas technically the whole building is 360, and then you divide it suite 1, 2, 3, or apartment 1, 2, 3, however it works out. So we're trying to get it fixed because the fire department had an incident come up, and they had a devil of a time finding the place, and it was downtown, because the numbers go this way and all of a sudden they're going back the other way, and you know, they're bouncing around. So anyway, it has to be done. So what I'm saying to you is we really need to get this together so that we can go ahead and get this sent to 911, get their authorization that they're happy with the numbers that we've got written down, and then we will be sending a letter to each property owner downtown to change these addresses.
I really hate to upset everybody's apple cart downtown. It's going to be such a horror show for some of these people.
It's not going to upset everybody.
What about their mailing addresses and their checks?
But there's not that many that have to change. That's the other thing. We started down here at the beginning, and we came forward, and everything was fine until we got into the next block. Even across the street, the numbers are still running. It was when we got to the building before, I don't know who owns it now, where Paulie's is, and then Panulo's building. Those two are just. And what we did to...
And they're not completely full yet, so it's perfect timing.
As much as I hate I do hate to mess them up. Safety is of paramount importance here.
Yes.
If that had been a heart attack victim that they couldn't find, we may have lost one of our residents. And a little inconvenience on changing my checkbook, if it saves my life, is going to be a small price to pay.
Right. But anyway, so what we did is we used the church down here as a break. The church really could have come down 20 numbers, but they don't care if you have a break, as long as you're consistent. So we left the church at its number so that the rest of the street going down the street would stay okay. So we did all we could do so that we wouldn't have to change, you know, from this point all the way down. The other thing is there's always been confusion on where the Main Street is, where West Main and East Main, as far as where they start and where they stop. So we came up with the thought that, like down here, you use Park Street, that intersection, and the railroad tracks is the end of Main Street. It only goes a little bit beyond that now, but that would become East Main. But if you have a definite cutoff, that way somebody knows, that ambulance knows, if he goes beyond the bridge, the railroad tracks, he's gone too far. So, and then down here, we used, I believe it was, well, we talked about the railroad tracks, but then there was a natural break right there at Mechanic Street, and that's where it changes now. If you look at Dr. Mishkan, he's not Main Street.
He's east.
He's East Main Street.
Well, how does the HAVA system divide up Main Street, east and west?
Pretty much that way. They're using the same thing on that end, but on the other end, they go down, and the last one on Main Street would be the old water company building.
Interesting.
But if you stop, then they would become West Main from there, you know, up to the end. And it would just be those few buildings that would be affected. So anyway, this is what we've come up with, and Brad was, you know, we let him as far as where he felt the numbers go high or low, because ultimately they're the ones that are looking. It's, if you have smoke, it's easy to find, but if it's somebody laying there with a physical problem, there's no bright lights going off saying, I'm here, I'm here.
Well, when we get the packet, I would like to see the enabling legislation that hopefully will tell us
Yeah.
if they don't comply, what the consequences are.
Right.
And
Well,
then
that's all to
letter
be
from the
part of-
fire department recommending it.
Yeah,
That way, if anyone objects and says
Right.
this is
right.
a pain,
So we'll have to come up with
we
two.
have a
Yeah.
complete, well, here you are. It's
Okay,
recommended
so
by the
what I'm
fire.
doing is I'm just pre-warning you, it's coming. So we'll have to, as soon as Gus is done, then she'll send a list to Brad, and then he will get in contact with 911. And once they've given their stamp of approval, then we're ready to move forward.
Well, thank you for spearheading that. I'm sure that was a head scratcher. I can't imagine.
Halfway down, I looked at Brad and I said, I don't know whether I'm coming or going. I mean, the way the numbers were, it was just, I said, did you say they're supposed to go up, go in that direction? And he said, yes. And I said, what happened to this one? Because it was going back down. So anyway, you should know that probably in the next couple of weeks that will be coming up, and I'll try and have everything that we need in order to do what we have to do.
Very nice.
Okay?
I do have one other thing that I forgot to write on my little agenda sheet. This is the year for perambulation.
Yeah.
And I know we've heard that word a dozen times here, but if we don't start making a plan, that's a whole big thing, because you got to walk the boundary, and you have to coordinate with the people around you. Where?
I will be happy to do a lot of things for you, but I will not walk the boundary with
Well,
you.
I'll walk boundaries. I got no problem really with that. But we need to, Catherine, you have experience with this, I would imagine.
We should take this year to GPS it. And I know that's weird coming from me.
That is weird. Do you know what GPS is?
It's something to do with computers.
Global
and-
Positioning System.
There you go,
Satellites.
that's what it is.
Yeah.
But we should add that to it. I'm still up with the whole compass thing,
Right.
but we should add that to it. You know who walked it one year is Billy Lawrence. He could probably walk you almost right to, because this time of year, because it's grown up, some of the monuments are
Right.
not going to be visible.
Right.
But Billy Lawrence, if he's up for it, he could pretty much walk you right to him.
Because we have to actually put our hands on the marks and
You're really physically supposed to
bounds
walk the
renewed.
boundary.
Yeah,
Although
once every 7 years,
Don't think you have to walk
forever,
down
it
through the lake.
says.
That might get a little bit,
So, Joe, you're going to spearhead that?
If I can't get Catherine to do it, yeah. I mean, it's got to be
I'll
done
help
because
you.
we can be held liable for this. There are penalties involved in
Yes,
this.
there are. I'll help you with it.
So, I mean, you guys got to lean on us or something because you're selectmen as well. Penalty for selectmen's neglect to give
I'm
notice
sorry,
or attend, it says.
I don't do snakes, I'm sorry.
Well, you don't act, fines collected, it says. I mean, they could fine us individually as people for not doing this. And one of the very few things, I don't know why this, but we need to make a plan. So, Catherine, why don't you and I discuss this going forward in the next week or so, and get that, maybe we'll talk to Bill Lawrence or whatever it takes to actually get this off the ground.
I'll help in any way I can.
Okay.
All
Well,
right.
there are boundaries that have nothing to do with snakes.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm in.
All right. All right.
All right.
But you'll probably hear me say perambulation every week until we do it. Because it says fines in here.
The Old Home Day Committee met last night. And Chief, they'd like you to meet next week with them, if you wouldn't mind. You and Chief Adams.
Yep.
They are trying to get in touch with Bob Hardy to clarify the novelty vendor at the parks, at the Riverfront Park this year, to make sure that what they can do and what they can't do.
The park commissioners discussed that a couple weeks ago, and or maybe it was at the last meeting, I don't know. They don't want them in the park, the same as every year, but they can certainly be on the public parking, the public sidewalk, but they don't want them actually vending in the park.
Okay, and for those that are watching this tape so late in the evening, Old Home Day Committee would love any volunteers to help out in any way they can.
Do you want me to have Bob Hardy call them to be?
She left a message for Bob Hardy.
It's hard to get a hold of him, especially during the day, because where he's at, usually cell phone reception, I mean, he can be up in Woodsville. Computer is probably the best way. So do you want me to give him a contact number?
Do I have her number?
Or email?
I have her, you know what, I'll email you her email.
I've got her email, they
Oh, wait,
emailed
wait,
me.
maybe I
Okay.
got something here.
D. Shepherd,
I've got it.
NHEA.
What's it again?
D. No, I can't say it on tape.
Oh, I've got it. Like I said, I've got it.
If you don't, I do, call me and let me know, and I'll...
I'm sure, I'm not sure if it's on,
I have it.
I think it's in the Selectmen, I saw it.
I don't think I have her telephone number. Let me just think. Nope, I don't. I got Peg, but not her. Well, Peg would be.
Yeah, she
I've got it. I know I've got it. I saw the
Okay.
email.
Okay.
I don't remember what it was about, but I saw it. Calendars. It was about calendars.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Okay. Is that all the business that we have to come before us in a public session?
What is that motorcycle parking thing on the agenda?
Yeah, are you going to talk about that? There's something on the agenda.
Anything that says motorcycle parking catches my eye.
The people down at the end, Haircuts for Men, asked to have that, the front parallel parking spot put into a motorcycle parking only spot. And last year they wanted it a handicap, and we couldn't make it a handicap. They want it for motorcycle parking only from the months of June till September.
I would say no, because a motorcycle can park wherever they want, in any spot along the downtown.
It's a lot easier, yeah.
Yeah.
Why did they have a stated reason why they felt that...
They have a lot of clientele that come, and there you can park in front.
If one motorcycle parks there, 3 other motorcycles can park there as well.
Yeah, but cars aren't going to know, why can't a car park there?
They could.
If they want to get a haircut.
Yeah, I mean,
We don't want to take away parking space
No.
that's available to
No,
anybody.
I'm all about motorcycle parking, but I don't think designating that as a specific motorcycle spot only that makes any sense, because that precludes cars. If they have a lot of motorcycles, one motorcycle precludes a car, and they can just pull motorcycles in and out of that space. If there was a bike there, I would pull in beside it, no big deal,
Right,
right?
Right.
But if it's empty, it's empty.
right,
yeah, I think, and somebody who rides motorcycles
yeah.
usually physically fit, typically. So if they've got to
You
park
have to
a
be
little further down,
relatively
yeah.
fit just to ride one.
So
Yeah.
I'd rather leave it the way it is. That way, an elderly or somebody who's not handicapped, but
Yeah.
yeah, I don't want to designate.
So the consensus of the board is
No.
no, and we'll keep it the way it is, status quo.
Certainly if a motorcycle pulls in there and parks, he pulls in there and parks.
Right. Motorcycles in there, that's fine, but
I'm getting myself a haircut here in the next day or so, and I'm sure it'll be a topic of conversation, so I will explain to them.
But yet, if I go down there to get a haircut, why can't I park my car there?
That's exactly right.
Right. All right.
okay? Any-
Did you want to talk, or is that going to be non-public?
what's that?
Can we very quickly just talk about this from Attorney Crean suggesting these courses And do we want to have?
Oh, yeah, that's
Number
right.
5, I could cover all 9 as in 3 2-hour course sessions.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
Joe,
what he suggests. My preference would be to handle all 9 topics over the course of 4 sessions.
Right.
To allow,
if we,
I would prefer that.
if we only did the town of Tilton, it would be $275. If another town came in with us, it would be $150 for each session.
More towns we have come in, it's cheaper for us.
Right.
Well, then let's start contacting towns, but I would
Right.
rather go what he suggests.
Right.
9 topics over the course of 4 sessions.
4 sessions, I
Because I
would,
think the in-depth discussion is critical.
Yep.
Now, the 4 sessions, you want to spread that out throughout the year, like one each quarter, or how did you want to do that?
'Cause I wouldn't spread them out too far, because
Yeah,
usually
you'll forget.
one pertains to the other.
Right.
So, one a month for 4 months?
See what his idea is, what his availability is, what he normally does.
Availability
Let's
issue
rely on
perhaps.
his expertise.
Right.
All right, so you want to do the 4 sessions,
Yep.
combine the way he wants them,
Yep.
and we'll see what he's available. 'Cause I would need the dates I can send out to you.
I think we would want to do that even if any other towns came in on it. And it would be a plus if other towns came in on it, hooray. But I know we've got at least 10 people that would join in on those classes.
Okay, so knowing everybody's schedule, your planning board and zoning board and Concom people, because they're already tied up at least one night a week.
Right.
They'll be there for you. You're the customer, so what day?
Monday.
That removes.
Second Monday is park.
Okay, so
And third Monday is conservation.
so like the first Monday,
First or fourth Monday.
Right, or even on Tuesdays, you could have it. The planning board meets the fourth Tuesday, and zoning meets the third Tuesday.
So second Tuesday.
First or second Tuesday.
First or second Tuesday.
Wednesday would be out because we either have budget, fire commissioners, or
know.
Old Home Day.
Yeah.
So we have first or fourth Monday, first or second Tuesday.
Yep.
And what time do you prefer?
I think we can work those details out with Dan.
Yeah.
I would say 6:30ish.
Yeah, 6:30.
6:30.
Grab a bite to
Yeah,
Right,
Yeah.
pick up some coffee and candy.
right.
Well, that's just me.
Candy and coffee.
in our room can handle as many as you want.
Yeah.
Kinda.
Well,
Well-
we have a capacity.
I was going to say, why
74.
don't you send Glenn an email, tell him what we're going to be doing, and see if they would be interested.
All right, so
Just-
Northfield, Saberton,
Belmont,
Belmont, Laconia,
Franklin.
Meredith, Guilford.
Hampton,
Sure.
but Saberton. 6, 7, 8, that's 8 communities.
Yeah, well, that's still a good place to start. I mean, some of them may not be interested, but some may.
What's nice is that Tilton, people like to come to Tilton because they can do other things here, so
Yeah.
we can go a little further. But we'll start with those and let me check with Dan first.
Yeah.
And then we'll open to them and try and see if we can do one a month for 4 months.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
we already dealt with this right here with Panula.
Do what?
We already dealt with Panula.
Oh, okay, that's right, yeah, we did.
Okay. Master
I
Gardeners,
just didn't
Old
know
Home,
if you had something else or not.
motorcycle. Did that cover everything on the agenda?
And we did signs, Old Home Day, we did talk about that. Master Gardens, did you?
That's the island.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we've done the report, and now it's the non-public.
Okay, I will make a motion to enter into non-public session as per RSA 91A:3, A, personnel, and C, matters if discussed in public would likely adversely affect the reputation of any person.
second.
Roll call vote?
Yes.
Yes, yes,
Yes.
yes.
Make a motion to seal non-public minutes in perpetuity.
Second, roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Wait, you're way too quick about this. Okay.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes, yes.
God, dying.
you are.
Not selfish.